Alright, so let's do this, 98%. Here we go. Right, anyway, so now we're past all the naming, the hardest part of the run, clearly. This is Back to Nature 98%, so you may be asking already, you may be thinking to yourself, why 98%? Why not 100%? And the answer for that is simple. The reason for that is because the game doesn't actually go up to 100%. It's impossible to get 100% in this version of the game. You're able to get it in the girl version, but not in the boy version, which I'm currently playing. So 98 is actually the maximum percentage that you can get in this game, and the main reason for that is because of the recipes. So the way the recipes work in this game, or the way the percentage counter works with the recipes, is for every 8 recipes you collect or complete or discover or whatever, you get a percentage. And there are only actually 64 recipes in the game, so you can only actually get 8% from the recipes, and then everything else in the game adds up to kind of complete 90%, so then the recipes make it up to 98%, and there isn't anything else that gets you that 2% in the game, so here we are at 98%. I'll be trying to explain the run along as we go, but if you want to maybe do a bit of reading ahead, find out what you're in for, there's an FAQ in the title if you're watching this live on Twitch, or you can type !98% in chat, and Nightbot will post a link to an FAQ in chat for you, and then you can just click on it there. If you're watching this in the future, and you're watching this on YouTube or maybe as a Twitch VOD, there should, hopefully if I remember to, there'll be a link to that FAQ in the description. So if you have any questions about the run, always a good idea to check that first, see if that's already been answered. But if not, then feel free to find a way to message me and ask if you really want to know an answer to a question. But yeah, first run of the day, hopefully only run of the day. These runs are still quite long at the moment, so I only really get time for one full run. The first attempt of the day, if this finishes, then it will be my only attempt for the day. That would be quite nice, because then that means hopefully nothing's gone too wrong. But yeah, so current world record is my PB, which is 9:40:20. Hoping to get a sub 9 eventually. I don't know if I'll get that today or soon, but I think that's my current big goal, my overall goal for this category is to get a sub 90. Sub 90? Sub 9. Sub 90 is very easy, I suppose. You could probably beat that in a casual playthrough. Hey Groat, how are you doing today? Thank you for the good luck. Alright, it's finally getting to the end of the intro here. So we can finally actually start the game itself. And actually we're going to start with just going to bed for a couple of days. Because on these first 2 days there are these cutscenes that you can avoid by just sleeping past them. So on the first day there's a cutscene where Thomas tries to show you the town, tries to give you a tour, and then on the second day there's a cutscene with Harris and Juan, and you don't need to watch either of those cutscenes. And you don't really need to do anything too important on those first 2 days, so you can just skip them. Unfortunately, you can't skip that cutscene with one. He'll just kind of wait for you to leave your house, and then he'll ambush you. I love that the bird stops the music from playing though. That's always pleasant when that happens. But yeah, so for the beginning of the run, don't have a lot of money, but we need a little bit of money to get truly started. So for the first few weeks or so, we're going to be doing some foraging. So you're kind of picking up the same items each day, throwing them in the shipping bin, and making a bit of money. We're doing this because we wanted to make enough money to buy some vegetable seeds, some seeds for spring, so we can plant some stuff, and enough to buy the first rucksack upgrade. So altogether that comes to roughly around like 4,000 G. So it'll take us, maybe like a week or two to get, but it's not that difficult to get. So if it were to rain tomorrow or on the Saturday, that would help me out a little bit, because that would mean I could walk past Barley's farm. I mean, I could do that anyway, but so if I were to walk past Barley's farm past a certain time of day, in this first month, a little cutscene would happen where he tries to give me a horse, and I wouldn't actually accept the horse because I don't want the horse this early on. So eventually, the horse he would give me would just get taken away. But I just kind of would prefer to skip the cutscene anyway. But then on tomorrow and Saturday, I want to go down to the beach to get the fishing rod. So if I were to try and get it today, I'd have to try and basically get it now and wait for the fisherman to come out, or I'd have to go the long way round. Because about now we get enough money. I think that you do actually have enough money for the seeds at least today. We still don't have enough for the backpack, but that's fine. We want to get started on the seeds sooner rather than later. I'm gonna take a risk. Why not? I'm gonna say if I get there before 8, I can bypass the cutscene. If not, then I'll just take a small time loss for the cutscene. That's fine. So because I've got the fishing rod today, what I may as well do is just kind of continue, and I'll plant my seeds today. So I'll go to the supermarket today and buy the seeds. And then what I also have to do, so one of the seeds I want to get, the cabbage seeds, I have to get them from 1, and he opens up at 1 o'clock in the inn. So I have to wait until then anyway, just to get the seeds from him. So really the rest of how I spend the day isn't that important, or there isn't like, I just kind of have to kill a bit of time really. But this is alright because it will give me a chance to plant the seeds that I've just gotten and give them a quick water. And potentially even get a few of the different cutscenes. Hey Nico, how are you doing today? What's a preferred camera angle for farming games? I don't know if there is a preferred camera angle for farming games. I mean, everyone has preferences, I suppose, but I don't know if there's a definitive, yeah, this is the best one. Some people prefer the kind of top-down isometric style. Some people, you know, kind of prefer a regular third-person sort of style. I don't know. Not really a question I could provide an answer for, unfortunately, I suppose. Right, so whilst I'm waiting for one to open up at the inn, I want to get this first cutscene with Potpourri. So that's Potpourri. She doesn't know it yet, but she's going to be the wife. I'm going to marry her one day in about sometime about a year and a month's time, I suppose. We're just kind of getting a bit of affectionate with her now, because each character basically has like an introduction cutscene, and you can only get that cutscene in the first month of the game. So is it a bit important that I get it now, because otherwise that'll mess up my affection with Potpourri. Because I'll be friending her a bit on her birthday, which will be in summer. So one thing you may or may not have noticed is when I was inputting my name, birthday, and name of the farm and all that sort of stuff at the beginning, just before the intro cutscene, I put my birthday as Summer 3. And I did that for a specific reason, not just because I like the day, but so all of the bachelorettes in this game have an alternate birthday. So if when you select your birthday at the beginning of the game, if you put what was originally their birthday, the game will like change their birthday to an alternate one, so that you don't both share the same birthday. So I put mine as Summer 3 because that's Potpourri's original birthday. So she now has the alternate birthday of Summer 10, which will be quite handy for befriending her, especially in the second year. Do I prefer more NPC interaction than just 2 or 3 sets of dialogue? I mean, more interaction with NPCs is always a good thing, but obviously from a game development standpoint it's more to do. So we just saw the first cutscene with Anne, and that's pretty much about all we're gonna see of Anne. Because unfortunately we can't skip that introduction cutscene with her, because we have to go to the inn anyway to buy the cabbage seeds from one. And we have to do that in this first month. Well, I suppose we don't have to, but it would be slower if we didn't, so we just have to watch that cutscene with Anne. Okay, so it's raining today, so that's quite good. Because now, so whilst I'm growing these crops, anytime it rains, that saves me just a tiny bit of time. Not much time, but it does save a bit of time, because it means I don't have to water my crops. And that's basically the case for like any time I'm growing crops in this game, with the exception of right at the end of the run, I'll be growing a few crops that I'll want to use for recipes, as like ingredients for recipes. But I'll be growing those in the hothouse, so rain won't actually affect them at all. So in a way, funnily enough, actually rain also kind of hinders me, because every time I water something, my skill with the watering can increases, which allows me to level it up quicker. And I actually want to get it to gold, so I can have a gold watering can, because that's a lot more useful for when I'm growing those final crops for recipes at the end of the run. So the more watering I do, the kind of more time I save on that end, but then rain also saves me time from not watering, but it's watering that I kind of have to do in a way, so maybe it doesn't actually save me that time, I don't know. Who knows? So yeah, even though we're growing some crops now, so we got some stuff to make some money. I'm still doing this little bit of foraging each day, because as I said, I want to be able to afford the first rucksack upgrade for 3000 G. And that's basically, I just want that so I can hold the crops as opposed to sell them, so I can get the rucksack upgrade. What would I think if Back to Nature was just a dedicated farm simulator? It wouldn't be as appealing, I'll be honest. Like, one of the things I think people and myself like about Harvest Moon is the mix of it all. You know, it's not just farming, it's also the town aspect. So I think, you know, a good Harvest Moon game kind of almost has like the right balance to that. It's not too reliant on befriending the characters, but it's also got some decent farming to it. It's a bit of both, a bit of everything, you know. I feel like if a game gave you objectives, you wouldn't need NPCs for entertainment. Well, I think that's just incorrect. Like, there are plenty of games that have both objectives and NPCs. Pretty much every game almost nowadays. Maybe the NPCs aren't the most entertaining part, but they're there, you know? And they're part of the world. Is there energy in this game? Yes, so your character has some stamina. I think it started with like 100 or something. And they also have like fatigue, which is like when you do stuff in the rain or do stuff past stamina. And one of the things we'll be doing is getting all the different power berries, all 10 power berries, which each time that adds 10 points of stamina to your total. So then every time like you use a tool or something, you use up a bit of stamina. And if you run out of stamina, you pass out. And the game doesn't like it if you do that. Alright. That's the wrong... I've never pressed that button in my life. Why am I pressing it now? How are we doing for money? Almost 2,000, okay. It's not too far off then, just a few more days of foraging and we'll be good. It's funny because now that I've thought about that rain, I'm like every time I get rain now, I'm going like, oh, am I actually saving time? Yeah, so you'll notice on my farm my turnip has actually grown now, so I can actually harvest it, but I'm not. And I'm purposely not harvesting it just because I don't want it taking up a slot in my rucksack at this point in time. Because if it's taking up that slot, that means I can't carry as many items, which will mean I have to do more trips foraging, and this is overall less efficient. But then I'm watering it each day, because if you don't water them, even once they're harvested, they'll wither and die. Is My Time at Porsche a good game? I don't know. I haven't played it. I own it. I recently bought it, but I haven't played it yet. I'm potentially saving that for a casual stream at some point in some future. I don't know whether that's going to be sooner or later, but I haven't played it yet. I don't know. I've heard semi-positive things about it. I've heard mostly good. I think most of the negative things I've heard are to do with like ports. So I think it's one of those things. If you're gonna get it, PC version is probably the best. How am I doing for money now? Almost. A couple more days. I could maybe tomorrow should be fine. Hey Hydraulics, how are you doing today? Yeah, do like one more day and we'll be good. Oops, just completely missed my crops. So even though I actually have 3000G now, which is enough for the rucksack upgrade, I actually want to get a tiny bit more because coming up in a couple of days is Ellie's birthday. So Ellie will be the other girl we'll be befriending during the run, though obviously not as much as Potpourri. And in this game kind of has like a bit of a birthday affection spam, so you can get a lot of affection with people on their birthday, with the main trick being wrapping up presents and giving it to them. So I need just a tiny bit of money just to wrap the presents, to get the presents wrapped, and then that's fine. So this will be enough because I'm only giving her like a few presents, only giving her like 3. So only just one more day of foraging will be fine, and I should have enough money tomorrow. But then I'll actually want to go out on the Monday because the shop's not open tomorrow, so I can't wrap them anyway. But it's also just a bit more efficient if I go out on her birthday, because both the shop and the hospital where she works at open at 9 o'clock. So yeah, it just works out fine. Yeah, so almost all my crops are done now. Just kind of waiting on the cabbage. And so this is another reason why, even though they're all harvestable, I don't want to pick them up yet, because at this point I want to have a full rucksack of flowers to give to Ellie. Ever played The Sims before? Yes. I played a lot of Sims 2 as a young lad. And I played a decent bit of Sims 3. I enjoyed that quite a bit. I've got a few of the expansions. Quite a fun game. I played that, I suppose, when that came out. I haven't really stayed up to date with the series. Like, I didn't pick up Sims 4 or anything. But yeah, Sims 2 and 3 were alright, were pretty good games. I enjoyed them. Yeah, I suppose I'm not like turned off by the idea of like getting another Sims game, but I suppose quite similar to you, Grow, is like, you know, how time and money looks at the time. Because Sims is one of those, like, put a lot of time into it. And they're also, they're getting, like, quite expensive nowadays. And, you know, I wasn't really impressed by Sims 4, because it took away quite a bit of the stuff that Sims 3 had. So unless they kind of make Sims 5 actually good again. Hey Sam, how you doing? So this is this is pretty much all we'll see of Ellie. I don't know if I've got her on enough affection. Yeah, okay. To see this cutscene. So yeah, so we only need Ellie at 10,000 points of affection, and I think by the end of today she's on like 9,000 or like 9,500 or something like that. So yeah. So that's all from Ellie. That's all we're gonna see from her. Well, we'll like chat to her a little bit at some of the festivals we'll go to this year. But no more presents, no more events. Unfortunately, that's all of our attention is going to be now on Potpourri. Except we won't really be spending that much time with Potpourri, even when we're married. Okay, so my cabbage will actually be done in a couple of days. So actually, I can actually harvest my my crops now. Oh, I was an idiot. I didn't buy the rucksack upgrade. This will be a stupid time loss. Yeah, I was supposed to do that after I visited Ellie. I was so distracted by running away from Ellie. Right. That's irritating because that means I'll just have to kill a bit of time here. Okay, I suppose I'll do a tiny bit of fishing if I can. Oh. It'd help to have my fishing rod if I wanted to do a tiny bit of fishing. Actually, no, I don't want to do fishing. Because I don't want to use the space in my bag. So I'll just wait outside the shop for it to open. Tad irritating, unnecessary waste of time, but I've got about an hour of time saved throughout the whole run-ish, so yeah. Not a big deal, I suppose. Well, not a big deal currently, anyway. But the kind of further you get into the run, the less you notice stuff like this, because it's like, oh, I got to go to the shop, I don't... But I'm like 7 hours, and I don't know how many times I've been to the shop in my PB. Yep, always make sure to save at the appropriate time and days, because that's very useful in these runs. Don't know wish I could save anywhere I wanted to. Of course, that would make some of the tricks in this game ridiculously easy. we cannot. But so speaking of tricks, kind of a big trick is coming up soon. That being a little glitch called shipping duplication. When is that? That's the 22nd, okay. Yeah, so coming up is an interesting trick called shipping duplication. There are kind of two main parts to this glitch, this trick. The first part is waiting up until 6 AM and then waiting up until 6 AM, and then as the game turns to 6 AM and transports you back to your home to begin the next day, opening up the rucksack menu. So this menu here, if we open that as the game turns to 6 AM, then when we get transported to 6 AM and we get transported back to our house on the start of the next day, the menu will actually stay open. Yeah, so the menu stays open, and what that then allows us to do is run around whilst we still have our rucksack open, whilst we still have the rucksack menu open and active. So then here's the second part of this glitch, because then if we position ourselves in front of a shipping bin and double tap an item in our rucksack so it gets transported to our, so it moves to our hand, and then double tap the empty space again so it gets transported back to the rucksack, when it gets transported into our hand, what happens is our character automatically throws it. And usually what would happen if we just left it there is the item would get thrown, and when the throwing animation is done, the item will get removed from our bag, because it's like when the item's no longer in your hand, you've just thrown it. But if at the right time we double tap the empty space to move the item from our hand back into the rucksack, what we're then able to do is we still throw the item, but we move the item back into our rucksack before it gets taken away, before it gets removed from our hand. So we still actually have the item. So this then allows us to do that again, so we can then ship the same item again, and again, and again, and again, and again. So we're basically able to infinitely ship whatever items we want, assuming you can actually ship them. And this is a very useful glitch, because one of the things you need to do in this game, so there are a few special crops that you need to unlock, and the way you unlock them is by shipping 100 of each crop from their respective season. So for example, if you want to get strawberry seeds, what you have to do to get them is you have to ship 100 of the 4 different spring crops. So obviously growing the actual crops themselves, that takes a while and is slow. So doing this is a lot faster. I don't think it's a frame window to get it back into your bag. It's I don't think it's frame perfect for the first part either, but I think opening your rucksack menu at 6 AM is more specific than the actual like duping of the items, than like the moving it back and forth. So the thing with like moving them back and forth, it's more of a rhythm in pressing the A button or the X button, I suppose. Because if you just mash it, there are kind of 2 things that can happen. If you just mash it, one is your character doesn't actually have enough time to throw the item. So if you were to just mash it, you could mash like loads, and you might only actually throw like 4 or 5 items during the process of that. Whereas if you take a little bit of time, then the animation actually goes through and the item is thrown. But the other thing that can happen if you mash it is it'll kind of line up so that when the throwing animation is done, the item will still be in your hand, and that will get rid of the item. So the reason why we did it specifically today is because today was a festival. Festivals are useful because we have to wait until 10 for the festival to begin, and then when the festival is over we get churned out at 6 PM, and that basically cuts about like 8 hours of waiting that we'd usually have to do, because now we only have to wait 12 hours for it to go to 6 AM. Really, I should have left the items in the ground until after. But, oh well. So now we're doing a bit of fishing, and there are a few things we want to see from fishing. We want to see either some fish, a power berry, or both. Okay, good fish, that's good fish. Hey, Decker. I'm doing well, thanks. You're pretty tired. Well, besides tired, how are you? Good, that's good to hear. How does that work when you have to leave the area for it to turn 6 PM? Why am I in my house at it? I'm not sure what you mean by that, Nico. Might be losing your job tomorrow. Oh. I mean, I hope not, unless I suppose it's a job you hate and don't mind losing. So I forgot what you asked. Okay, so there are actually a few requirements to the fishing here, or there are like specific fish that we want. So we want 3 fish altogether. One of them has to be medium, and then the other 2, it doesn't matter what size they are, they just have to be either medium or large. So small fish aren't useful. But so now that I've got, but it's a little bit better if the 2 fish are both the same size, because I'm using them for the same recipe. So I've caught a large fish, so it would be more beneficial if I catch another large fish now, and then a medium fish. And then there's also just the power berry, which is just random, and that's why I'm fishing at the sea, because you can only catch the power berry at the ocean in spring and winter. So obviously the ideal outcome is that I get all of the fishing done tonight. That would be perfect. But then the kind of next ideal outcome is I either get all of the fish or I at least catch the power berry. The fish have actual info when you view it in the inventory. I think so. I think it may just say like fish medium or whatever, whatever size the fish is. Or maybe it'll say found in water or caught with a fishing rod or something like that. I don't know. I've never really looked into like what the game has to say about all the different items. Okay, so I've caught my 2 large fish, so that's quite good. So now I only really need to catch 1 more item, and that can either be a medium fish or the power berry. If I catch both of them, then that's great. If I only catch one of them, that's fine. And the reason why that's kind of the way it works is because then I'll be doing another shipping duplication in either fall or winter, and that'll depend on the outcome of this night spent fishing. So if I catch the power berry, then I don't actually have to do it. I don't have to do it in winter, because So the way it works is, what I'm currently doing is when I catch a fish, I don't actually have any storage for anything except fish, because I have that pond on my farm where you can store fish and just come back to them later. Unfortunately, that freezes over during winter, so you can't throw any more fishing in it during winter, but you can still catch the power berry. Hey Wolfshine, how you doing? What remake? Yeah, so they're making a Friends of Mineral remake for the Switch. That's coming out in Japan like the end of this year, or like October, I think. Don't have any dates for any other places released yet, but yeah. But okay, so if I still need to, so what I was saying, so if I needed to get fish, then I could only go, then it would be more useful to fish in fall. Whereas if I needed the power berry, I'd need to get that in winter. So now that I've got all of the fish, I can do shipping duplication in winter. Because even if I don't catch the power berry tonight, I'll still have all of the time in winter to do the second shipping whilst I'm waiting for the second shipping duplication to do fishing for the power berry. But I still have a little bit of time to get the power berry anyway. Oops. Okay, I'm just going to go from here. Do I need a gold fishing rod to catch the power berry? No. I don't even think there is a gold, like the fishing rod is one of the only items in this game you can't, or I don't think there is actually an upgrade for. There may be, in like Friends of Mineral Town, there may be an upgrade for it. I don't know, I haven't played much of Friends of Mineral Town. But there isn't a fishing rod upgrade in this game. So yeah, so what I'm currently trying to do is open up my rucksack menu as the game turns to 6 AM. And this is very precise. And there is usually a setup for it, but it relies on the clock not being broken, which it currently is. So when the clock breaks, you just kind of have to play it by ear, unfortunately. Oh my gosh, come on. Okay, I got it. Cool. So that's the first part of the glitch down. Unfortunately, if you weren't here for my explanation of the first part of this glitch, you're going to be very confused for a bit, because I will not be able to explain it whilst I actually do this. But basically, the short version is, I'm going to be duplicating items. Oh, shit, okay. I got very worried then, because I accidentally exited. I accidentally exited the chicken coop. Okay. extra just to be safe. Okay, final one. For the moment. Okay, that should be enough for all of them. Yep. So yeah, so what I was doing there was basically I was just shipping 100 of each of those crops. And now I can go and give these crops to the harvest goddess. I'm hoping it'll it'll spit me out at about sometime past 11 tomorrow. Ooh, let's not do that. I was shipping 100 of each crop. I've gone a little bit over with some of them, but that's fine because that's just extra money to use, which you definitely need. 11, I can deal with that. Or 10, rather, I can deal with that. Because this means I can go up to Mother Hill and get the power berry from the tree. So yeah, so that's pretty much spring done now, or spring of year 1 anyway. So we're just going to try and, assuming it doesn't rain, we can just give the last few crops to the harvest goddess. So we can get a power berry from her. And then yeah. And then that will be spring done. I don't want any more festivals either, are there? No, okay. You can't give the harvest goddess any offerings on either a festival day or a rainy day. So I've got to make sure not to waste any of my crops. Though it's not a big deal if I do. You get other ones. You get spares later. Best theme song. How broad are we being? Are we like limiting it to Harvest Moon, or are we just talking best theme song, everything in the existence ever? I'm going to assume you mean of all the Harvest Moon games. Gosh. Honestly, I think this is one of the occasions when I have to go purely nostalgia, and I think tied between Wonderful Life and Magical Melody. I think Puzzle the Harvest Moon has the best themes. I'll be honest, if I've even played that one, I don't remember any of the music in it. I think I may have played Frantic Farming, like, briefly, which is like puzzled their Harvest Moon too. Right, so that's that power berry gone. Now we can just continue with, well, with finishing spring and then starting summer. So today is the Summer Swimming Festival. This is a bit of an important festival because it's a festival that I have to win. It's a competitive festival and I have to win it because winning it gets me a power berry. Now, usually, I always forget to do a bit of practice before the run, so I'm always a little bit rusty at the festival. Because it's always been about a week since I last did the festival, so I'm always like a tiny bit rusty with it. I did actually do a little bit of practice before the run, before the stream today, so hopefully, if I could get this first time, that would be very nice. But funny enough, I'm not actually sure I'm expecting to get it first try. I realise it's a bit late, but I could just be like trying to upgrade my watering can whilst I was waiting. Won't be doing much here, but something I can be doing. So we're just going to have a quick chat with our two favourite girls, and then we'll start the race. The good thing about this, winning this, obviously we have to do because it gets us a power berry, but it also gives us a bit of affection boost with all the girls as well. So that'll help us along with both Ellie and Pokery. There we go, first try, very nice. Come on, Jeff, what are you doing? Oh, we know he's last, so don't stop waiting for him to finish. I mean, I think it's a bit dismissive to call them all Stardew clones when Stardew itself is a Harvest Moon clone. Right, so today I'm going to be waiting until 1 o'clock again because I need to visit 1 again to buy some more seeds. I'm going to start on my summer crops. And now during summer there's a chance of storms, so to kind of combat against that, make it a little bit less dangerous for me, I grow 2 of each crop instead of 1, but I still only use 1 crop for the shipping duplications. Apparently any farming game in development is just seen as Stardew inspired. Well, I think a big thing to do with that is because Stardew was a massive fucking hit. Hit a massive market that hadn't really been touched upon with anything like Harvest Moon. So yeah, other indie PC farming simulator games, strangely enough, are going to be quite similar to Stardew Valley. Okay, group, thanks for watching. Enjoy the rest of your day. Right, get rid of some of these items I don't need anymore. Oh, I was supposed to buy the rucksack while it's there. Luckily, I can just go back for it. Keep forgetting to do that. I just keep forgetting to buy rucksacks. But if this is as much as I forget for the whole run, then I'll be fine. As long as I don't forget things like the tea party or stuff like that. Okay. Right, so I've got the big rucksack, and this is a very useful item, very useful upgrade. Because now what I'm going to go do is I'm going to go pick up a bunch of flowers, and these flowers will be useful for Potpourri's birthday, which is in a little over a week's time. If I didn't forget the rucksack, I could have done this a little bit more efficiently, but oh well, I suppose. Okay, so what I'm going to do here is I'm going to try and buy all of the seeds I need from one now, just so I don't have to come back to him at any later point. Okay, so whilst I'm just heading through town again, whilst I'm here, I also wrap up all of the presents for Potpourri again. Or, well, similar to how I did for Ellie's birthday. And doing this before Potpourri's birthday is actually a little bit beneficial because, so, whereas on Ellie's birthday, basically like, the soonest you can get to her is at 9 o'clock, which is when the shop opens, so there's no like benefit in having items wrapped before you go there. Potpourri you're able to interact with much sooner than you're able to interact with much sooner than 9 o'clock than when the store opens, so it's actually a little bit helpful to have, or a bit faster just to have some items already wrapped. Okay, so those are all my seeds planted. Actually, so something's a little bit on my mind, so I'm going to do that now whilst I'm thinking about it. And that should be something quite interesting. So I'm going to save here. And I'm actually going to reset the game. And there's a reason for I'm doing it. So I'm reset the game, but the time is still going. The run hasn't reset, don't worry about that. I'm actually starting a second file. And the reason why I'm doing this is basically because in this game there's a feature that allows you to trade animals from different files, but they actually have to be like different like files. They can't so I've got like currently 2 saves, one from when I did shipping exchange and the one I just saved. I wouldn't actually be able to change animals, not continue running, start new game. I wouldn't actually be able to trade animals between those 2 files. Like they actually have to be like a new game, like a new playthrough. So this file is essentially just going to be used for trading animals to and from. And pretty much the day after Potpourri's birthday, I'll be given an egg from her. And I'll be hatching that egg for a chicken, so I can get a little bit more affection, and just because I need a chicken at some point. But then pretty much as soon as it's a mature chicken and I'd actually have to look after it, pretty much want to get rid of it. You know, I don't want it anymore because I don't want to look after a chicken at this point in the run. So I'm just making this save file now, just so I can pretty much just get rid of the chicken as soon as I don't want it anymore. But then this run, this extra file, this second file, will be useful for a lot of other things. Well, pretty much more than just like sending over the one chicken, but it's pretty much all exclusively to do with trading animals. Yeah, they leave you the farm in quite the state, to be honest. But it's all right. We get it sorted out, and it becomes a brilliant farm. This farm, no, but the other farm, yes. This guy just kind of sits there and occasionally receives cows and occasionally sends them away. Hey, iBums, how are you doing today? Alright, so now let's go back to our main file. So yeah, so aside from Potpourri's birthday, when we'll do a bit of befriending with her, pretty much entirely, summer is just going to be mostly just watering these crops. Okay, so Rick's just popping in to tell us about the chicken festival, which we won't be doing for a while. And by won't be doing for a while, I mean probably won't be doing that until third year, really. So quite a while. So yeah, so tomorrow is Potpourri's birthday, and we've already got some presents for us, so you can just water our crops and then just wait for her to leave her house. Hey Hito Kage, thank you for the good luck. How are you doing today? Yeah, I hope the run goes well as well. Certainly be nice, wouldn't it? It's going well so far though. Let's just hope it continues this way, really. So yes, now we can just wait for Potpourri to come out of her house, and then bam! Whoa, no! And then bam! There we go, presents. You're okay? That's good to hear. Thank you. I'm glad you enjoy the streams. So yeah, so at this point I actually only need to get, like, the lowest affection I need potpourri on is 10,000. In order to get chocolate from her on the Winter Thanksgiving Festival. But I can also have, like, I think in order to get chocolate from a girl, you need between 10,000 and 30,000, and then after 30,000 they start giving you chocolate cake. But the more I befriend Potpourri now means the less I have to befriend her later. So getting her affection up quite a bit now is definitely useful. So Potpourri has the best third heart event in this game for basically the reason of you get more affection from it than any of the other girls, and it's just the easiest. Which sounds weird, but it is. So she just comes around my house at the beginning of the day, gives me an egg, and then that's already 2,000 affection. I've put the egg in the incubator, and then when that hatches, that'll be another 2,000. And if I name the chicken Potpourri, that's another 1,000. Now every other girl, their third heart event, only actually gets you 2,000 affection. There isn't anything you can do that gets you an additional 2,000. And I think besides maybe Mary, everyone else's affection requires you, everyone else's third heart event requires you to do some additional stuff. So Ellie's requires you to meet up for like 3 times, or like 3 days in a row at 12. Anne requires you to do like 7 days of like egg delivery or something like that. And I think Karen requires you to like grow like a field of flowers or something like that. You need to get something for Karen. Whereas Potpourri just gives you an egg, and you hatch the egg, then you name the chicken that hatches from the egg, and then bam, loads of affection. There you go, so we now have Potpourri on a blue heart, which is 20,000 points of affection. So in year 2, when we tried to get her up to a red heart, we only actually need to get 40,000. Because she needs 60,000 total in order to get to a red heart, so already a third of the way there for her affection. So that's good. Make a quick save here, because I've only got the pineapples left. They'll still take a few more days to grow. But yeah, so really we're almost done with summer as well, because we've gotten most of our crops, just the pineapples left, which they'll be done I think 22nd maybe. and then we can just get straight on into fall. So Chicken is now an adult, so I could just send them off to the farm. Yeah, you have to do a lot of ignoring people in Harvest Moon speedruns. Sometimes you don't ignore people, but there is a lot of ignoring people. I mean, quite a few of the different games, sometimes there isn't even that much farming. But yeah, so now we're pretty much done with summer. We've got to sleep through the last few days, and then we're done. Okay, so we're now in fall, so that means we can start getting to work on our fall crops. And I think this is actually the shortest split in the run. So this is like the shortest season. I think maybe like Fall 2 is like close. Maybe like only a few minutes longer or something. Fall 2 also isn't that long if you do it correctly. But yeah, pretty much fall is just gonna be quite similar to summer, except we don't have any birthdays. So we had that short day where, well, we had a few things at the beginning of summer. We had like the swimming festival, getting the next rucksack upgrade and doing some stuff there, getting all of Purple's flowers. Don't really have anything in that fall. Fall is just growing crops and then sleeping. And all of fall's crops grow quite quickly, so that's why it's only about 9 minutes. Hey Linka, how are you doing today? Just woke up. That's alright, give you something to wake up, start your day too. So this is actually, I think, the only time one will come to our house to sell something to us and will actually buy it, and that's because he forces you to buy the dog ball. You can't get away without buying it, because if you say no, he goes, "You're a terrible owner, here, have it," and then takes your money for it anyway. It's obviously not the only time we buy from one, because we do have to buy some seeds from him, but it's the only time when he comes round to our house to try and peddle us stuff. We have to buy it. What if you don't have 100G? That's actually a good question. I don't know what happens if you don't have 100G. I'm assuming he just gives it to you and then like, but you just either don't have the money taken off you, or he just takes however much he can. But I don't actually know, because I've never tried that. I've never seen what happens. Okay, so that was actually quite good. So the rain allowed us to skip some cutscene. I don't know what the cutscene was, but it allowed us to skip some cutscene where somebody came by and said, "Hey, there's a festival tomorrow." So that's actually one of the benefits of rain. If it rains, we don't have to go outside, and then that allows us to skip a day where sometimes somebody would come to our house and tell us if there's a festival the next day. But yeah, so that's all the fall crops that we need or have at the moment gone. So now we're just going to sleep through the remainder of fall, and then on to winter. I find it weird, sometimes the music continues when you go to sleep. Like earlier in the beginning of fall, it was continuing, so I got to hear like some of like the later parts of it. Now it just keeps like looping every time I go to sleep. It's just really weird how it does that. Right, so here we are in winter, and coming up soon is another shipping duplication. So if you missed it earlier, get another chance to watch it. That means I get another chance to explain it. So basically, there are two parts to shipping duplication. First part is at 6 AM. The game if you stay up until 6 AM, the game transports you back to your house so that you can start the next day. If you open your rucksack as the game turns to 6 AM and it transports you back to your house, then your rucksack will stay open whilst when the game continues to the next day, and you'll actually like keep your rucksack open, allowing you to move around whilst you have your rucksack open. And that's quite useful, because then, so this is the second part, is you're able to move yourself and position yourself in front of a shipping bin. And then if you put an item in your hand, your character will throw it. And then usually what will happen is your character will then remove it, as like when the animation is done, it'll be removed from your hand and the item will go away. But if you put the item back into your rucksack before the item is removed from your hand, then it just doesn't get removed, because it doesn't know what item you're using or you've just thrown. It just goes based on whatever's in your hand. So if you like swapped out and put a different item in your hand, then that different item would actually get removed instead. But basically this allows us to position ourselves in front of a shipping bin so that we keep throwing items in, but without actually losing the item itself, which is very useful. And we basically do this to ship 100 of each crop in the game, so that, well, we make a lot of money for it, but it's actually required to do that anyway, in order to get in order to unlock like the secret crops essentially that you need for a few of the recipes. And hopefully I'm actually going to be doing something a little bit more this time. So this shipping duplication, the second one, is already a little bit more difficult because excuse me, because you have to do twice as many crops as you do the first time. Oh yeah, it's always a festival in the ocean for some reason. But I'm actually going to be shipping the pineapple a lot more than I usually do. So every crop gets shipped like 100 or so times. Usually a few extra, just so I'm on the safe side. But the pineapple, once I've shipped it 100 times, I'm then actually going to try and ship it an additional 200 times, for 300 times total. Because shipping the pineapple an extra 200 times will give me an additional 100,000 G, which is a lot of money and is very useful. Because that's like roughly enough for the rest of the run. That'll give me like, there's like, depending on how much I spend at the horse races, there's a chance it could be just under enough, or there's a chance it could be just a little bit more than enough. But if it is just under enough, then making that like tiny bit of extra money isn't a massive problem. But obviously 100,000 G means quite a bit way off from however much, you know, I'd normally get. But something I get to do now is I get to hopefully finish off fishing. So I can go back to the ocean and try and catch the powerberry, and if I catch the powerberry, then that'll be fishing entirely done. Which will save me a bit of time throughout the run, because there are a few spots in my PB where I just had to randomly go fishing, or I had to spend time that I could have spent doing something else. I had to spend it fishing because after both of the shipping duplications, I hadn't finished fishing. So yeah, so I've already got all the fish that I need at this point, or for the rest of the run really, so all I need is the powerberry, and then I'll be done fishing. Oh, that's easy. That's fishing done then, great. So now if I get shipping duplication first try, this will be a really good first year split. But now, so there isn't really much else for me to do during this part of the night, so actually whilst we're just waiting around, I'm going to be right back. Okay, I'm back. Right. Actually, I think for the time being, I was thinking of clearing up my farm of wood, but I think it's actually a little bit more beneficial if I just continue working on upgrading my watering can. How am I doing for that at the moment? Probably not. Oh, actually, I'm doing quite well for it. But I suppose it looks like I'm doing quite well for it, but I'm actually like pretty much entirely done with crops. So but all the rest I have to get just from messing around. Right now, I can't remember if it was my PB. I had to do this like third try or something. I feel like it might have been. I think my PB. I did like third try Shippy duplication 2 because the first time I passed out because I was stupid, and then the second time I just messed up the first part of the run, or the first part of the glitch, and then the second time I actually did properly. I'm actually quite nervous now because I really would like to get this first try. I'll be honest, I don't think I waited long enough when it first turned 550. So I think if I do it like this, I'm going to be waiting. I'm going to be doing it for quite a while. Oh, some of these are absolutely terrible. Some of these I am just like waiting way too long on. Oh. Okay, good. Right. First part done. Okay. Right, sorry, chat. I'm going to be quite quiet for a bit. Hey, Lucha. How are you doing today? And hey, Alpha JJ, how are you doing? I don't know. I think it's only been about a month since I think you got gifted the sub. I don't know why it would say 13. Okay, halfway. That's good. Whew. We'll say that's fine. Right, two more, kind of. Ooh. one more, and then we're safe. And then after this, it's all for money. Okay, so that's 100 of each crop, hopefully. But I'm actually going to do, I think, 200 more pineapples, so I can get an extra 100,000 G. But if the pineapples go at any point, then that's not a problem. That just means I have to make some more money somewhere else. This is about 100. Might actually try and go to 250 extra. Just be really safe with money. It doesn't hurt. Okay, so that's probably actually somewhere around 200, 360. Well, yeah, 356, that's alright. Okay, every other crop done though, that's good. Oh, my hands. Ha. Okay. Right. That's finally done. Ah. Yep, everyone's ears can now finally be at rest. No more irritating noises for a while at least. Oh, wow. Okay. Yep, overslept. I now have a lot of money, which is very good. Okay. So now really the final, like, true roadblock, I suppose, is the affection with the two girls. If I get the 2 pieces of chocolate today, then this is good. So we got 1. Well, Potpourri was a definite, because she's on a blue heart. Ellie is a little bit more tricky, but she should be good. The moneymaker secret, the #1 tip to making money in this game is just make annoying sounds, and then the game just kind of gets annoyed with you and just gives you all the money that you need. I can either do a bit of farm cleanup or I can use the watering can. I might do the watering can, 260. I think I might just continue with that. Because now I've got to wait until 10 o'clock for Ellie. Oh, yeah, that's frozen over. For Ellie to come around and hopefully give me another. Well, if she comes around, she's definitely going to give me a chocolate. If she doesn't come around, then no chocolate for me. But if this goes well, then this is kind of where I feel like the run kind of. This is where like almost the run starts in a way. This is where it's like you've got past the last true hurdle, really. Well, there are still definitely difficult parts in the rest of the run, but I don't know. Okay, good. Right. We've got the 2 chocolates. So we can finish winter now. And then we can be done with first year. So we'll probably be about 25-ish minutes ahead. Doesn't seem like much, but is well, maybe it does, I don't know. It's very good, either way, I suppose. Yep, we're currently on world record pace, which is basically just any point I'm ahead. We're not currently on sub 9 pace, but I've got a lot of time saves later, so I'm not too worried about that. I'm a little bit worried about the fact that I almost just fell off my chair. That would have been bad. Yeah. Because he certainly doesn't, you know, he doesn't have any other storage. He just kind of all magically appears. Hiding the fact that he has an infrared rucksack, yeah. He kind of appears in his hand at the beginning of the day. Alright, horse race is what I need to do at some point this month. So yeah, so the only real thing I need to do this spring is the horse race. Though I do actually need to get the first two expansions because I don't currently have them. Exactly. One of the world's greatest mysteries. Alright, I think irritatingly, I'm just gonna have to do the what's it called? The chicken coop today, because I should have done it really in year 1. Should have done it around like Potpourri's birthday or something. Yeah, so I kind of have to do it today instead. Okay, but give me a chance to finish this. I should definitely finish this today, and then I can continue, and then I can actually like clear my farm out a bit. Actually, whilst I'm thinking about that, I could use this as an opportunity to try and get Potpourri's second heart event. Right, that's almost definitely on 300 now. Or should definitely be on 300. Yes, now I can just wait for carpenters to open. Okay, so hopefully, if this goes well, this will be good. If this doesn't, no. So this is like the longest version of this cutscene you can get because I have to walk all the way around. So the fastest one you can get is basically just exiting a house. So what I was hoping to do was not have the cutscene when I entered from this area, go into her house when it opened, and then leave and then get the cutscene. Because I would have thought it would have been about 11. I thought I would have been fine, but apparently not. But oh well. Actually, I think funny enough, if I didn't bother trying to go for it then, I probably would have got it on her birthday. So it maybe wouldn't have even been a problem then. But, oh well, essentially. A lot of things come down to when I do something wrong. My only reaction is just, oh well. Okay, I think I'll try and get the house built on the, or I'll start it on the 26th. And that should be alright. Trying to explain to some Sega speedrunning friends about how Harvest Moon speedruns go, especially 64 is so different than platform. It is. Like, I think when I first started out streaming or like running Harvest Moon, because I was like one of the first people to speedrun it. A lot of the questions I would get from people were just like, how do you speedrun Harvest Moon? Like, how does that even work? I think we're slightly a bit bigger now, so I don't get that question as much, but occasionally I'll still get a few people go, speedrunning Harvest Moon, that's insane. Yeah, it's a lot of just kind of it's almost just like it's a lot of knowledge of the game, really. Like one of the difficult things is, in a way, is learning a game that's already been rooted, for me at least. And it's also kind of tricky to like teach somebody a game. So like Magical Melody, like I know the speedrun for that extremely well. It's probably one of the games I've run for the longest. But it's kind of difficult for me to like explain how to run it, or like write a guide to run it for people, because a lot of it just comes down to, it doesn't actually matter when you do it. When you want to do it is just entirely dependent on when you want to do it personally, and when in the run you feel like doing like various tasks. So a lot of the time it's like, you know, for stuff like that I try and keep it mostly consistent with my splits, if I can. But it doesn't matter, like when I do it, it doesn't, you know, I could do it at any point in the run, a lot of things. And in the way, it's a bit similar with this run. You know, there are a lot of things that I don't have to do at a specific time. There are just times that I choose to do them, and a lot of the time I try and do things consistently just because it's nice to have consistent splits. Oh, actually, I should be tilling my field. Some of one creeps up on me really fast. I suppose I could also... yeah, I kind of have Summer 1 to do that as well, so it's not a big deal if I don't get it all done today. One, two. Okay, I have a lot of rocks on my farm that I need to get rid of. Yeah, that's kind of like a good explanation. It's like playing the game casually, except you really are trying to be like as efficient as possible, and you're going for like, you know, maximum efficiency a lot of the time. But in like a really weird way, because like I'm not necessarily trying to make like as much money in like the smallest time frame possible or anything. I'm trying to do everything quickly in real time. Yeah, exactly. Instead of, you know, knowing what I'm going to do tomorrow, I know what I'm going to do tomorrow, and I know what I'm going to do like mostly for the rest the rest of the game. I suppose in a way, a lot of the time with this, a lot of the time actually, it's like you'll do like there'll be like a few days where like you'll do a lot of stuff, but then like for the next few days, like now, I'm just going to go to sleep. So it's more about knowing it's like about knowing what to do on the days you are doing something. Right, okay, let's drop off all these items then. I always forget how the fridge works, so I'm probably gonna not have. I will never have like efficient menuing when it comes to doing any like when it comes to like the recipe stuff. Okay, I don't actually need to go out today, but I want to have it. I want to have my farm clean, just to make tomorrow a bit easier. One, two, three, 4, 5, I think. 5, okay. Right, so I should be fine to at least be able to plant flowers tomorrow. So okay, so what am I currently doing? Well, I'm currently cleaning up my farm so I can plant a bunch of things. And the reason why I'm doing that is kind of for a couple reasons. That's stupid. So currently all the things that I'm planting, they're going to be flowers, and the flowers are useful for 2 reasons. One is because of the flowers that I'm planting are pink cat flowers, which are good for Pokery's birthday, which will be coming up in just a little over a week. No, I did like an extra line, but oh well. But planting a bunch of flowers also allows you to get an event with Anna, where she comes around and gives you a power berry if you let her have a bunch of the flowers, so that's exactly what I'm going to do. That's good that you sorted that, Linker. Yeah, I actually enjoy watching streams now instead of having them buffer every however many seconds. Hey Relcore, how are you doing today? So who do we marry in this run? We marry Potpourri. Basically just because she's the fastest is essentially the shortest explanation for it. But so the flowers I'm planting at the moment I'm actually able to use for two things. I'm able to use for an event for Anna, which will get me a power berry, and I'm able to use any leftovers to give to Potpourri on her birthday. So because of that, and just because her third item event, or her third heart event, you can get a little bit more affection from that than you can with Ellie. She's just a tiny bit faster than Ellie is. She's just like a few minutes or so. That's good to hear. Because she's easy, yeah, well, yeah, she is easy, she is. I'd probably say her and Ellie are actually like the easiest girls. What was I doing here? Oh no, I was supposed to be going to the sprites. I was like, there was definitely something in town that I wanted to do, but I couldn't remember what it was. I'm probably going to get a few events today because I'm in town in midday. So I'll put, like, if I go through the town square, I'll probably get an event with Gray and Mary. Unless I feel like going the long way around to the Carpenters, which I don't. What am I doing? Yeah, I'm hiring. Man, I'm completely forgetting, going blank here. So yeah, so I'm going to hire the Harvest Sprites to do some work for me, because I don't feel like watering all those flowers myself. Yeah, so Ellie and Potpourri have kind of switched off a bit between, like as the routes improved and changed. Oh no, good. I don't want you to do that. So when I first ran this game or this category 2 years ago, before I discovered the birthday affection spam, pretty much for the same reasons as Potpourri, you get like a couple more bonuses from events with. So when I first started running the game, I'd marry Potpourri. Then when I came back to it this year, when I was going for certain strats for befriending my child, it was... Oh shit, no, you actually want to work for a little bit longer than just a day. Oh, never mind. Okay, but yeah, so because of that, it was slightly better to go with Ellie, because her birthday lined up slightly better for everything to kind of... Just everything lined up quite nicely. But then those strats didn't really work out. So it just became better to just go with the faster option with Potpourri by like just a few minutes. Just because her birthday in the second year, you could do a little bit quicker. So I think you can also do, like, you can also get her affection much higher in the first year. So, yeah, I think Potpourri is just like a little bit easier to befriend, just because her birthday's a little bit later than Ellie's. Alright, calling it now. There's going to be a cutscene with Gray and Mary. Oh no, okay. Am I going to a GDQ? No, unfortunately. I would actually love to go to a GDQ. But there are basically kind of like two things. One, I live in England, so it's very expensive to go to America. So I would pretty much only ever go if I got a run in. And then the kind of thing, unfortunately, the thing that then in a way stops me from submitting runs as much as I would love to, is basically I have nobody to go with, and I don't really want to go to America on my own because I would be terrified. So if I was ever able to try and convince one of my friends or someone to go with me to America for a GDQ, I would definitely try and submit and try and get a run in. But I haven't been able to do that for a while. So I just haven't been able to submit for the past few GDQs. When is marriage year 2? So marriage is like sometime soon-ish, because Potpourri's birthday is in like a week or so, really. Yeah, in just a little over a week. So I'll be getting up Potpourri to a red heart on her birthday, which is in about a week's time. And then pretty much maybe like a few days after that, because on her birthday I'll try and buy the what's it called? You know what it's called, the house upgrade that I actually need to get married. Yeah, from what I can tell, quite because a few of you were talking about it in the Discord. So a few of you like actually live either near or in Florida, which is where it's being held this year. But I mean, I'm happy to hear Desert submitting a few runs. I know he's submitting 64 all photos, which I think would be amazing to get in. I mean, Harvest Moon game in general, like any of them getting in would be amazing. Right, not quite yet, maybe like 2 more days, I think. Yeah, I really hope he gets in, because it would be great to it'd be great to see Harvest Moon running a GDQ. Alright, okay, flowers are done today. I think I'm going to try and stay up for Anna today. So Potpourri's birthday is tomorrow. So I want to get a few pink cat flowers just in advance for that in preparation. I did, it was really good. It was really, really well done. Thumbnail. Hey Spectre, how are you doing today? Who am I chasing after? I'm chasing after Potpourri. And tomorrow's gonna be a big day for us because I'm basically gonna I'm gonna spend the whole day giving her a bunch of flowers. And she's gonna love it. Try and finish cleaning up the rest of my farm. So yeah, so I'm actually like tilling a little bit more soil than just the like the soil that I've got for the flowers, and that's because I also want to grow some grass at some point, which is not actually going to be that helpful if I do it now because I won't be like planting that grass for like another month or so. So it'll just end up like being gotten rid of, but oh well, some of it will, some of it won't, but I may as well. I've got a little bit of time to kill, so I may as well do some of it now. So, I think I've definitely got a time save in this split because in my PB was like the first like finished run, marrying Potpourri using the current route. So, my best isn't like actually the best it is. It's just whatever it was in my PB. And I've definitely got a little bit of time save because I think I had to redo I think like the first half of Potpourri's birthday game because I messed up an event with Anna. So I didn't actually get the power berry. I'm doing that today though, so should definitely be getting the power berry. Oh, I don't know how I managed to save that much time. I should have saved way more, but I forgot to go to the horse racing first spring. That's quite irritating. I'm thinking too much about house upgrades and stuff. Okay. That's not going to be a massive deal. It just means I have to do it in one go in year 3. Which just makes it a little bit more tricky. I think it means overall it's probably better for money, but it's definitely a little bit more difficult now. Okay, I'm actually just going to go to my farm and wait for Anna, because I don't trust me to make it to the, to Gotsam back. Yeah, the swimming race is quite difficult. Even I still have a bit of trouble with it sometimes. So if you're actually thinking of a power berry that you dig up on your farm, there isn't actually one of that in this game. I don't know if there is in Friends of Middletown, or if there's one in 64, which might be like where some confusion comes from, but there isn't actually a power berry that you get for tilling soil on your farm in Back to Nature. Right, time for Potpourri's birthday. I can do a bit of farm work. She doesn't come out until 7. So I think currently Potpourri's on maybe like 25-ish thousand. She's like roughly around that sort of ballpark perfection. So we're going to get her from that all the way to 60,000. Okay, so that's one set of presents done. Hey Kay, how are you doing today? Yes, you can give multiple gifts in this game, and in fact, giving multiple gifts on somebody's birthday is extremely useful. Because if you wrap up the presents, it does 5 times the amount of affection it would usually do. So the first gift I gave to Potpourri today did 2,500, but then every gift after that does 1,500, which is still 3 times as much as it would, as like the first gift of a regular day would do. So that's why I've been waiting till Potpourri's birthday to finish befriending her. So one of the times I was befriending Potpourri and using these pink cat flowers is having these flowers on my field. Saves me a bit of time. So if I didn't have these flowers, what I'd have to be doing is for like a few days up and like going leading up to Potpourri's birthday, I'd have to go to Mother Hill, pick up a bunch of flowers, and then store them in my cabinet. Whereas now I just have a bunch of flowers on my field, so I haven't had to go up there at all except for yesterday to get like the first few ones. Hey Desert, how are you doing today? Thank you for the good luck. Yeah, some Harvest Moon games are long. That's one of the things I think one of the changes they made specifically to Hero of Leaf Valley, because it's kind of like a remake slash port. I think remake is probably the better term for it, of Save the Homeland, and like they added quite a bit to it because people felt that one was too short. That's good to hear. I'm doing well, thanks. I'm looking forward to seeing what you submit for GDQ. Desert, excited to hopefully see some runs submitted. Maybe even see some runs get accepted. That would be amazing. Bit of PSP lag there. Bit of emulate, quote unquote official PSP hardware. I have like 2 days to do everything. Damn. I didn't realize submissions were that soon. Even when you tweeted about it the other day, I thought they would still be like a while away at least. When do I do the tea party? I'm gonna do that in 3rd year, assuming I actually remember it this time. In my PB, I forgot and had to do it 4th year. Open until September 2nd, but out of town. Okay. Yeah, obviously then that gives you a bit of... That gives you a little less time. Right, I shouldn't need to wrap these flowers because even though they're only going to be worth 300, I'm pretty sure I figured out that I'm only like a few... I'm not that far off the limit. If not, I've got plenty of flowers left. Oh, almost pretty much the perfect amount. Right, whilst I'm here, actually, let's just get some chicken feed, because I will definitely need some at some point. And in fact, now actually might be a good time to get a cow as well, and to start looking after that. Yeah, I think now would be a good time to get the cow. Actually, no. Now would be a terrible time to get the cow because it's summer, storms and such. Ugh, shouldn't have walked here because of an event, but... I just remember I got a cow like at another point, I think in like winter, in one of my other runs, and I just did really bad because everything just constantly got storms. So I'll probably leave it until spring year 3, I should be able to. Yeah. Right, well let's go buy the blue feather from the supermarket. And actually whilst I'm here I can also buy some ingredients. That's one thing I definitely should remember to do, is buy ingredients in an efficient time. Right, so we're going to get the blue feather now, but we can't actually propose to Potpourri just yet because we don't have the big house. We still have the medium house. But then as soon as that's done, then we're basically just able to run straight up to what's it called? Run up to Potpourri, give her the blue feather, and then get married. Actually, here's my spring 3 split. Yeah, so I have no memory as to when in my PB I got the cow. I was raising my first cow, so. Because I'm probably going to do it in spring of year 3, I'll probably lose time there. But then wherever I ended up doing it in my PB, I'll save time there. I mean, I imagine some people think about getting a slightly bigger house when you get married, but I suppose the thing with that is most people live together anyway before they get married, so they're already living in a house big enough for both of them. It's more so when they start thinking about expanding the family that bigger houses get involved. Okay, well thanks for watching, Spectre. Enjoy the rest of your day. Okay, so I'm actually going to get married at a decent time this year. So even if Potpourri messes me around a little bit with her pregnancy, I've got a little bit of extra leeway time, which I didn't have in my PB. So that's good. And I imagine if you're not familiar with the run, all of that stuff sounds quite confusing, maybe even a little bit sinister. But don't worry, it's not. I promise. There we go. Proposed to Potpourri. Now in a week's time, assuming there's not a festival, which I don't know if there is, we'll be married. Yeah, I think it must have been this month that I got the cow, because I'm saving loads of time here. Which is fine, because the reason why I'm not in a rush to get a cow this time is because I've already got pretty much enough money for most of the run. Yeah, instead, unfortunately, we just have to do it in 2 real-time hours. Which I think is still a bit faster than they expect you to do anyway. Alright, it must be a festival today then, so I'm probably going to get married tomorrow. Yep. Have I seen the Harvest Moon and Doraemon crossover? Yes. Well, I haven't seen much of it, but I know of it. Oh wow, it's coming to PC. I didn't know that. That's probably something that's mostly Bandai. Yeah, like I can say that's probably more something because of it being Doraemon as opposed to Story of Seasons. No, I'm not Kai. And neither is Potpourri. So just back off and get off my land. There's also a farming game where you control a cat. I don't think I've heard of that one. Like, are we talking like cat or anthropomorphic cat? Alright, there's definitely something you need to do in fall. I can't remember what it is. Maybe there isn't. I need to plant my grass at the end of fall. Yeah, horse, that was what I needed to do. Cat. Well, that would be interesting to see a bit more of, I suppose. If you link that again to me at the end of the run, Linker, then I'll actually be able to. I'll probably be able to check it out after the stream. It's called Snacko, and it basically has a similar setup to Iron Games New Beginning. Yeah, if you're still here at the end of the stream or end of the run, link that in chat again, so I can actually look at it after the stream. Right, so I've actually got quite a bit of time saved here, because one of the things in my PB I did is I basically did all of fall twice because I forgot to plant my grass. I haven't even bought grass yet, so that's something I need to do. But that shouldn't be a massive problem. Yeah, that'll give me a chance to just finish off, like actually clean my farm up. What day is the 20th? Wednesday. What did they get married? That's the day. Well, I didn't get married on Saturday, but ooh, see, I think what I could, this could be like really risky. But what I could potentially do is, if my wife does actually get pregnant during fall, which she should, I could combo the getting the grass seeds and going to the doctors into the same day. I haven't seen much about Untitled Goose Game. I feel like I've heard a bit about it. I'm definitely aware of it, aware of its existence, but I haven't like, I don't know. I've never seen like anything from it. I've just heard people talk about it. I mean, the name alone sparks some intrigue and mystery. Right, let's save here in case I make a whoopsie. Right, I should probably start talking to you now, Purpuri, in case you get pregnant. So is it basically like in a nice small town you go around playing as a goose, just terrorizing people? Because that does actually sound quite fun. I might have to check that out at some point. I'm assuming that's not out yet. Has that got like a release date or something, or like a launch window? Because I feel like that's one of the things I've heard about it, is that it's gonna happen, but nobody knows when. Desert. How long does it take for grass to grow? Like, how many days from planting will it take for barley to appear on my farm and give me the horse? Well, I think it's 3 to 4. Okay. Okay. Well, I'll save here. So then, if my wife doesn't get pregnant in time, I can just be a bit safe. Okay. You can plant on the 24th, if I recall correctly. Okay. That should be fine, because I think that's roughly when she should actually get pregnant. But yeah. Yeah, okay. Good. Everything is going pretty much perfectly now. And I have to get rid of a bunch of weeds. How did the dupes go? They went perfectly. I got both of them first try. I also, pretty much this morning, I devised a new strategy. So instead of doing a third shipping duplication for money, I'm basically just gonna, I just did like an extra, like, I think I did an extra 250 pineapples. And that gave me like an extra, I think, 125,000 G. So that's pretty much enough for like the remainder of the run. I still probably have to get a little bit of money at some point. But yeah, it should be fine for most of it. But yeah, shipping dupes went really well. The swimming festival went really well, got that first time. So far, I think the only thing I've really messed up on, I'd say, is I forgot to do the horse race in year 2. So I pretty much have to get it in 1 in year 3. I just thought something. I wonder if it's probably worth just like, because presumably barley comes to your house once you've got like the right amount of grass. So instead of constantly having to tend for your field, if you just get the grass like at a decent, if you get the grass early enough, and then you could just plant it, and then if like you leave the space for the flowers, you can then just plant the grass once you're done with the flowers. And then you don't have to worry about cleaning up your whole farm. You just have to worry about like basically the space that wasn't taken up, that like Anna took the flowers. Is it Mana or Anna? I keep thinking it's Anna, but I've just thought it might actually be Mana. I can't remember now. It is Anna, okay. Who's Mana then? Mana is the better one. Is Mana in like one of the different games where it's like she in 64 or something? I can't think of where I'm... Duke's wife so close, looks like an older Mary. Oh, see, now this is confusing, because so then who's Anna? Anna's Basil's husband? Oh, no, Maya's wife? It's not Basil's husband, but getting everything wrong there. Same spot is in 64. What am I doing here? Oh, I was buying grass seeds. I went in and then I'm just doing that a lot this run. I'm just walking in and just going, what have I entered this room for? Well, I don't care about you two. Just tell me my wife is pregnant. Thank you. Yeah, I think she's Basil's wife, which is yeah, because they are Mary's parents in this game. But then in 64, Mary is the mayor's daughter. Right, let's actually buy those grass seeds now that I'm thinking about it. Now that I know what I came in here for. Whoa, maybe not that many. I'm actually going to eat a couple of apples. I probably don't need to, but I really don't want to run out of stamina. It probably wouldn't actually, because it'll like be that bad. But yeah, I still don't want to do it. Okay, and apparently I need to do like an extra line. Okay. Okay, so the rest of fall should just be sleeping, and then as long as I go out on the 30th, Basil should, not Basil, Barley should come and give me a horse. I don't actually have a brush at the moment, but that's fine, I'll obtain that in winter. Because winter 2 is when I like to do my mining. So because I'll be doing a little bit of mining, that's a good chance to go see the blacksmith and get some of the tools from him. Good, so that's fall done with. So yeah, so really the only thing I do in winter 2 is mining, and then that's winter 2 done with, and then that's year 2 done with. Oh, I also like to have storms in winter, that's always lovely. But just checking, I've only got 4 power berries left. So I've got the 2 mine power berries, the shopping channel, and the horse race. So hopefully I'll be getting the 2 mining power berries quite quickly. Okay, so I found a bit of gold, which is good. That's all I really want to find from this mine is gold and the power berry. So that's really good, finding the power berry. So now we just want some gold. Well, not gold, now we just want to go to the other mine and get some stuff. It's a little bit unfortunate that time doesn't advance during the mines, because otherwise this would be like a really good chance to go to the blacksmith. But I've got some stamina, so I might try and do both mines today, and then just kind of the journey there and back would hopefully be enough. So I need a couple of things from this mine as well. Obviously there's the power berry, but I also need 2 bits of adamantite. Also planning on going to AGDQ. So I would like to go to an AGDQ or like a GDQ one day, but because of living in England and everything, like travel to America being quite expensive, I'd pretty much only ever go if I managed to get a run in. And on top of that, I basically have never managed to, I haven't recently anyway been able to get anyone to go with me. I don't really want to go to America on my own. So because of that, there's been no point in me submitting either, because then if I did get in, I wouldn't really be able to go anyway. Or I'd be able to go, but yeah, as I said, I just wouldn't want to go to America on my own, because that would be a terrifying experience for me. I'd definitely like to. I'd like to go to a GDQ at some point. But just because of money, I think I'd only go if I had the run, if there was a reason, if I got a run in. Okay, I can be careful about going down floors now, because I'm probably quite near the bottom of the mine. Okay, that's good. I think if I were to go with someone, I think I'd prefer it to be somebody that I already knew, somebody I was already friends with. Right, that's mining done. Only 5 minutes in as well, so that's really good. So I'm going to get the watering can upgraded now, and then this will actually also save me a bit of additional time, but potentially cost me time later. Is I'm just going to leave the 2 makers for a while. I'm not too worried about getting the makers now, because they're probably like the next most expensive things altogether, and I'd kind of rather see where I am with money after like things like the horse race and stuff, before I spend a bit of money on them. But yeah, I think it's a shame that I'm not able to go to this GDQ, because it sounds like there's pretty much gonna be like a Harvest Moon Runners meetup, and that would be really good to go to. You know, it'd be really interesting to meet all the different runners. Oh fuck, I didn't buy the bloody brush. Okay. Alright, so I gotta waste a bit of time going back there. Yeah, I suppose like, you know, stuff like that isn't that surprising. Oh, man, a lot of storms. Right, I think I'm gonna wait for today. Just because I'm going to the mines anyway, I may as well. Well, not mines, but you know, I'm going back to the blacksmith. I may as well get one of the makers started on. So, I'm not going to bother waiting up for the blacksmith again. I'm just going to continue with winter. Except now I'm going to be brushing my horse every day. But yeah, should definitely be saving time here as well. Which is really good. Yeah, so because today it's a Thanksgiving festival again, Purpuri puts a cake in my rucksack whilst I'm asleep. The classic. Hey Mizaru, how are you doing today? Oh, no, that didn't count. So I'm thinking, hopefully, maybe. I think this split, I think I should save somewhere between 5 and 10 minutes. I'm not exactly sure how long each day lasts, but there's not that much left of it, almost 2/3 of the way through winter. I'd make a decent guess and say 5 minutes left. This sounds about right. If about 5 minutes left, then that'll be about a 10-minute time save, or 9-minute time save, which will be good. At most, I think it shouldn't take another 10 more minutes, but yeah, somewhere between like 5 minutes, 10 minutes we'll save. Still pretty good either way. Okay, that's good to hear. I'm doing well, thank you. Okay, so I know earlier I was saying I'll probably get the cow in spring, year 3. But I'm kind of tempted to wait until fall to get it, because if I do that I should be able to combo it with getting the hothouse. I suppose my only slight worry is if I don't have enough money, depending on how horse racing goes. I think I should, because how much money do I currently have? I still have 108,000. At very worst, the hothouse costs about 60,000, because that's if I don't get the wood from the horse race. Cal only costs 3,000, so that's 63,000. So that gives me about 40,000 G to bet with. Where it closes to 35, I suppose. Still cool, because I think I should get it pretty much at, like, it's more sensible to get it at the beginning of spring. Oh, actually, no, I have the perfect excuse to get it at the beginning of spring. Because even if a harvest sprite is on 1 heart, giving them something on their birthday will put them up to 3, so that's alright for the harvest sprite tea party. And one of the harvest sprites has a birthday on spring 4. I believe it's whichever one the purple one is, I think. So if I do the tea party on spring 4, whilst I'm waiting for that to begin, I can use that as an opportunity to go get the cow. Assuming it's not on a Monday. If it's on a Monday, then it will just be very sad, but if it's not on Monday, then we should be fine. Should be good to go. So why didn't that count? Okay, so I'll be saving about like 6 or so minutes here, which is alright. Yeah, I also need to send my chicken back over at some point, so I can start preparing them for the chicken festival. Also the Friday, that's good. Yeah, because I'm also able to go to the shop that day. Okay, so finally into year 3 though. I will say I think all the time saves are going to come to a little bit of a stop here because in my PB I definitely didn't have the cow during the split, so I'm going to lose like a tiny bit of time here. Well, I say a tiny bit, I have no idea how much time I'm going to lose. Oh, really? No grass? That's stupid. It hasn't fully grown back yet. My cow can go like a few days without grass, I think. Run over. Not quite. I mean, this split is kind of like an incorrect split anyway, because in my PB I didn't do the tea party, so that's like right at the end of the run, where it shouldn't be. In fact, what I can do is buy the cow today and then send it over and then send it over to my other file and then send it back when my grass has actually grown. I'm just going to check it is definitely the purple one whose birthday it is today. Yep, it is Bold's birthday, and he wears the colour purple. long way around for that. Oh, it's 6,000 for a cow, not 3,000. That's how much the cows sell for. And so I would still have about like 40,000 for betting, really. If I were to buy the hot house now. That's the thing, it's a little bit better to just kind of get the money, or spend the betting money now. And then still get the hot house in the fall. So if I need any extra money, I have the chance to get it. Right, so today we're going to have ourselves a little tea party with the Harvest Sprites. The way we're going to do that is we're going to buy a lot of flour, and we're also going to give a lot of flour. Don't actually want... didn't want that adamantite to be in my pocket at the moment, but that's not a problem. I can go and fix that now. Yeah. Still got those emotes. I don't actually know how long. Because a lot of people were... It has been, I think, about a month. When everyone was going crazy and everyone was subbing gifts and gifting subs and getting subs and all that. 3 days. So yeah, I think a lot of people have got them left. We should have them for 3 days left in them. Unless anybody feels like resubbing. You don't have to, but obviously it's appreciated. And you get to continue using the emotes. Right, so I got rid of that adamantite, which is fine. Now I can buy that last bit of flour that I wanted. And then we're going to take all this flour and we're going to wrap it up, as we always do. Yeah, that's fair enough. You know, I'm not worried about whether people subscribe or not. Obviously, it's nice and I appreciate people, but you know, I don't want anyone like subscribing if they can't or don't have the money, or you know, would rather spend their money somewhere else. You know. But I definitely don't blame you on liking the RNG emote. I think there may be a bit of bias there, but for good reason. It's a good emote. It's very well done. Yeah, he's on 3 hearts again. That's good. Right, so now I've got to wait until 3 o'clock to revisit them for the party. So whilst that's happening, I'm going to try and see if I have enough time to get myself something quick to eat. So I'll be right back. Okay, I'm back. Just in time for the tea party. No, I didn't actually. I didn't even talk to him, but. Yeah, I only got myself something quick to eat and like a small snack. Cool, tea party done. I think that's what this really shouldn't be, but I think one of almost the the greatest developments in this run has been, for me at least, has been figuring out the tea party. I think when I started running this, my runs from like 2 years ago, terrible. Well, not terrible, but like especially with like the tea party were just really bad. Just, you know, I knew pretty much like nothing about the tea party, and I didn't really know that much about the tea party now either, like coming back to it this year. But now it's like, yep, I know exactly how to do the tea party, I know everything about it. Brilliant. Wonderfully optimized. So let's send my cow back over, just for the moment. Or, well, back over, let's send him away. Oh, no. First Saturday, so it's not a shopping channel, it's New Year's. Yeah, so the only real thing left to do in spring is obviously, besides raising my cow, is the horse race, which will be in about 12 days, so just under 2 weeks' time. Now, unfortunately, because I forgot to do the horse race in year 2, it's going to be a little bit trickier this time, because it means I basically have to get all the medals for the power berry in 3 races, whereas if I went to the second one, or if I went to the horse race in year 2, I'd have 6 races to do it in. So forgetting that has made it a little bit trickier for me. But yeah, I'm just gonna have to just push on, really. Let's hope we get some good luck. Alright, I'm gonna put some away some of these items that I don't need though. No. Sorry, Burberry. No. What are we doing for grass though? Oh, okay, good. should also start sending over my chicken now. Well, send over my chicken and then continue looking after it. Right, time to actually kind of get started on TV shopping. But only kinda. Because I'm gonna watch TV shopping, but I'm not actually gonna go out and buy it. I'm gonna save that for next week. Actually, this, TV shopping might reset because I'll be saving before the what's it called? But just before the horse race festival. I'm pretty sure like saving. But if I like have to reload for the horse race festival, that'll definitely mess it up. But if I save, I feel like that might potentially mess up TV shopping. Hey Panda Squish, how are you doing today? Didn't even know you could speedrun this game. Well, yeah, you can. So this game has like a few different categories. This one kind of being one of the main ones, I suppose, because it's essentially like the max percent category. And then the other categories that are mostly ran are marriage categories, which are quite a bit shorter. But yeah, that's kind of how most of this series speedrunning goes. Sometimes some of the games have like any percent categories, but a lot of them have like marriage runs as well. Did I use Game Shark? Nope, not at all. This is a 100% legit speedrun. No cheating involved. Not even accidental cheating. In a way, I'm almost sort of the opposite. Some of the games that I do speedrun of, because I know the speedrun route, and I know how to speedrun, I pretty much can't play them casually. Because if I try and play them casually, I'm just like constantly thinking about how to speedrun it and trying to be as optimal as possible for speedrunning. I keep forgetting to put my stuff in the fridge, which I really should be doing. Do I always pick potpourri because it's easiest or cheapest, or do I switch it up? So yeah, so unless the route changes so that somebody else is faster, I'll pretty much always go with potpourri. For a while, there was like a small period of time where we thought Ellie was the fastest, but the kind of route that we were trying to use with Ellie didn't really work out. So from that, Ellie and potpourri are about the same. They like take about the same length, but then I kind of figured out that potpourri is just a little bit faster. Right, actually put these things in the fridge now that I'm thinking about them. Yeah, so in terms of just like in like a marriage run, Karen is like... Oh. Karen's one of the easier ones because she's probably maybe like second or third fastest, I think. I don't know, because nobody's really done marriage runs, like nobody's completed a marriage run yet with the new route. But yeah, but then in terms of 98%, Karen is just one of those people because in this game you use like people's birthdays to do an affection spam. Karen's birthday is just too late in the year to be good. So if you wanted to befriend Karen, you wouldn't marry her, but you could like she could be a replacement for Ellie, and that wouldn't really make a difference. Welcome back, Aludra. Oh wait, no, I should probably feed my cow. How much? I wrote quite enough fodder for a while. Right, so tomorrow is the horse race, and this is going to be a little bit tricky because I need to make 1001 medals in the 3 races that it gives me, which is a little bit tricky. So usually I'd then actually do them in 2. I'd do them in not 2 races, but I'd do them in 6 races because I'd go to 2 different horse race festivals. I'd go to the one in year 2 and this one in year 3. However, in this particular run, I forgot to go to the one in year 2, so yeah, this one's going to be a little bit tricky. It's not impossible to get first try, because, well, I basically have to get it in 1 horse race anyway, so I can get it first try if I am just that lucky. But I don't know if I'll be that lucky, so we'll see. I think you've properly seen the horse race yet. Well, you're in for a treat, I suppose. It always gets a little bit exciting when we get to see all the silly names that the horses have. Though the chicken festival is where the real... Chicken festival is real pog hours, I will say. So this is the boy and girl who is the easiest guy to get. I'll be completely honest, I don't know, because I haven't played much or really any of the girl version. I would like to look into it someday and run like the girl version of the game, because it's quite similar to boy, but I think, you know, all obviously like using the different, having the bachelors instead of the bachelorettes will mean there will be some differences in there. But yeah, I don't actually know at the moment who the fastest guy to marry is. Is it similar to the 64 race? I haven't really played much of 64, so I'm not 100% sure on that. I think it is, except there isn't. Oh no, I think it's the dog racing that there's like a betting glitch, but there aren't any betting glitches in this game. Unfortunately, we just have to use a lot of money. No, don't ban me, please. Oh no, I should definitely buy a ticket. So I have actually played 64, I just haven't played much of it. you are not even worth getting the 2. But yeah, the major routing differences between boy and girl are well, we're just the kind of similar sort of things that you'd get between like each marriage candidate. But the max percentage category changed quite a bit in girl because they change a bunch of the what's it called? A bunch of the my brain is melting today. What was I saying? They changed a bunch of the requirements for the percentages because of the fact that the game stops after you get married. Okay, it's not surprising I didn't get that. Right, please don't give me any more like 1 horses or even 2 horses, please. Oh, fuck off. No, there's no point betting on these ones because they're just not actually going to do anything useful. No, shut up, Thomas. I don't want to continue talking to you anymore. You're not far off. It's not for your mom. It's just for you, mom. Much more personal, you know? I think Thomas is used to being dissed and ignored. I have no idea which one I bet on, but that was probably I reckon the 1 horse just about snagged it, because of course. Oh, okay. I've got a slight chance if I get good. So I need 605 medals in this next race. So if I get some really good horses, I've got a shot. I need some really good horses, and by really good, I mean actually really bad. Like, they actually need to be really crap horses, but if they're all so crap, which they aren't, nope, you won't work. Yeah, sure, why not? If the 60 horse wins, oh, I'll tell you what, if the 60 horse wins, I'll gift a sub. I'll gift a random sub, because that shouldn't happen. Yeah, that was it. That was like a 4. No, that was like a 3 horse or something. Okay. I'm really regretting not doing Not doing the the second year horse race. That was a really silly thing to forget. Because this is quite a bit more difficult now. But oh well. I've done it before. You can definitely do it in one go because I did it when I first came back to this game this year. It just wasn't clever then. Now it's not clever now, but I suppose that's why it was a mistake in this run. That's the thing, I was going to lose time to split anyway, because of the cow. So the horse race just could hopefully make it a little less time, I suppose, but I don't know. Wait, so is there actually is there potential for a RNG minutes, or is that just we should hopefully there be, maybe one day we'll find one. And if there is it doable, I suppose? Honestly, I just wish betting was as broken as it was in 64. That would make it a lot easier. The Vita bases RNG on loading files at certain points and setting the clock for the games. So back to nature might be similar. Maybe. Potentially. Yeah. That could be something looking into. It may actually even work on... I don't know, I never had a PSP, so did the PSP have a built-in clock as well? Because we could still potentially do something with it on PSP. Saving on 4:30 is closing and reopening, and I always getting the ocean berry. I went to first within 2-3 minutes. Okay. So I don't know if that sort of thing works on PSP, but it could potentially work on Vita. Right. Maple, just please don't win. Just please go away, Maple. Just don't win, please. Because having a 7-horse win would be really good. On the topic of RNG manipulation, there's something I was thinking about the other day is the whole thing with there being RNG manip in Harvest Moon DS with the secret water sprites. Because I would actually like to kind of figure that out. No, go away, Maple. Go away. God damn it. I would like to try and figure that out at some point. So you could easily get all three. Because it wouldn't even, in a way, you wouldn't even necessarily need to find the most efficient ones. You just have to know which ones you're getting and where they'd be. And as long as it's consistent to some degree, that's 3 sprites easy guaranteed. Okay, well, let's hope again Wonder doesn't win. What's the current world record for Harvest Moon DS? I know it was like a not a 140, it was like a 340 something when Cruel had it, but it recently, or somewhat recently at least, got beaten. I don't remember the time that beat it. 330-ish, okay. I don't know how good that run is, but I knew like I can get my time down by probably like an hour or so into like the 3-hour category, or like the 3-hour mark. I would like to go back to that game at some point and actually get a good time again. But yeah, Manips would definitely look, because they basically take out all of like the long ones. Okay, right, I need to check how many medals I'm on, because I might just bet on fucking everything on that race. But yeah, I'm just gonna bet on everything, because I need 110 medals. I need 110 medals to get the power berry. So you can go, you can go, you can go. Yeah, I'll just bet 9. So okay, now I've bet on everything but one, which is the only like double digit. So if this horse wins, if I lose betting on 5 out of 6 horses, where all of the horses I bet on are essentially a sure shot, I'll gift a sub. I'll put it on the line again, because this is, if I actually lose this one, I'll go insane. But this is the thing, if a good enough horse wins, I can potentially get some better rewards as well. But basically just the 500 lumber would be nice. Okay, that's good. That's like definitely enough for the 500 lumber. Oh, I can just get it again. Okay, sure, why not? And then, yeah, just a truffle, I suppose. That means I don't have to buy any more lumber. Right, okay. So doing this second try means that actually, like, roughly evens it out with my PB. Because obviously in my PB I would have gone to the horse race twice, once in year 2, once in year 3. Right, I'm just going to do a quick reset here to get rid of audio glitch. Okay, so second try is good because that means I haven't really wasted any time or lost that much time to horse race. So I'll still, lose quite a bit of time on this split, but that's not a problem. Right, let's go to shopping channel again, even if the kitchen knife was still loaded. Okay, so now the rest of the spring, not too complicated. just gonna continue looking after my animals. And then, so my chicken I'll be keeping until the chicken festival, and then the cow I'll be keeping until, well, not until they're an adult, but then I'll probably then duplicate the cow when that happens. Which I haven't really explained because it doesn't really happen that much anymore. We don't do much animal duplication. Cut it down a bit. But I'll explain a little bit more when whilst I'm actually doing it. So don't worry about that. Didn't mean to do that. Go on, cow, do you want to get out of the way? Actually, I should look at how much money I've got left. 40,000. Oh. child is born. Right, so I've got about 40,000 G left. I need 31,000 of that for shopping channel, for all the stuff on the shopping channel. And then I need an extra 30,000 for what's it called? For the hot house. And that is actually pretty much perfect. Because at some point I'll be selling a few cows, and that will leave me with enough money for presumably everything left in the run. Yes, I have decided on anything. It shall be A. How do I do with the chicken? 6 hearts on Potpourri, that's pretty good. No, I don't think I fed my cow yesterday. Oh well. Okay, cool. It's time for some cow shenanigans. Okay, so I'm going to start duplicating my cow. Why am I going to do that? So, just because it's useful, but it's pretty much a short answer. But so the way I'm going to do it is, so the way trading in this game works, if you remember that I was able to trade between save files, is when you exchange with a file, it saves the file that you're exchanging to. It doesn't like save the file that you're actually like on. So the file that I'm currently on, I start that day with a cow. Now I got rid of the cow, sent it over to this file, and it saved this file. But I'll actually still have the cow on the other file, because of the fact that I didn't save my main file. So you've got file A, file B. File A is the one that you're playing on, and you've got a cow on file A. You send it over to file B, and then when the trade is done, file B saves. And the game kind of assumes, oh, you'll just carry on playing, and at some point you'll save file A yourself. And basically what we do is we just don't. We just then reload the file so that we now have the cow on both save files. And we just do that a little bit, do that back and forth, and we end up getting loads of animals. And this is useful because at the end of the run, we need to have a full barn and a full chicken coop. So we need to have 10 chickens and 20 cows. It doesn't have to be specifically cows, it could be any combination of cows and sheep. But we just use cows because there's no point in then also buying a sheep. But duplicating animals is also useful for a couple of other things. So obviously these animals I can now sell, and they'll sell for about 3,000 each. Which is quite good. But what I'm actually going to currently do at the moment is I'm going to send over only 7 cows, but then I'm going to keep them for a few extra days just so I can milk them. And then after a couple of days of milking them, well, specifically 3, that'll give me enough milk for all of the recipes that I need. And then I'll pretty much be done with cows for the moment, and I can sell them. And then, yeah, and then we won't really see any cows again until pretty much the end of the run. That's 7 here. Okay, so on this file now, I should have, yep, I should have 7 cows. And then on my other file, on my second file, I should have 10. So that means when I want to send over cows in the future, I can just send over 2 lots of 5. You can only send a maximum of 5 at a time. Or rather, like, per trade, essentially. It keeps milking that like 1 cow that I've already milked. I think anyway, I don't know. It's definitely missing like 1 of them. Yeah, so 1 of those cows I haven't milked yet, I don't know which one it is. That one. Good. Oh yeah. Something I should try and remember is to feed the cows first. Hey Leech on Life, how are you doing today? Cow, get out of the way. Okay, I don't think if I actually want. Yeah, I suppose I will do. I'll try and go for what's it called? Shopping channel today. I'm worried it may have reset because I just saved and loaded, but I suppose we may as well try. It's good to hear. Yeah, I'm doing well, thanks. and thank you for the good luck. The run's going pretty well so far. I'll be honest, I don't think there is much else that could happen. Chicken Festival, I think, is really the only like big big killer, I suppose, now. Yeah, I think Chicken Festival is really one of the only big things left. Oh, great, it worked. Okay, so when I go to sell my cow in a few days, my cows in a few days, I can also use that as an excuse to pick up the cheese maker. And if on my way back I stop by the supermarket, I can buy some more. I buy some items there. And that should save me time, a little bit of time later on. Because one of the things I didn't really do in my PB was like, I didn't really do any of the ingredient shopping at like a decent time. Like I pretty much had to just do it like all at the end because I completely forgot to do it with other days. So if I remember to do it every time I order stuff from the inn, then it should save me a bit of time. I can also buy some seeds here, just whilst I'm here. Right, yeah, I pretty much need one of each for these. Okay, so I'm hoping I can save time in spring or summer. I've kind of missed the boat for saving time here. But no, I'm hoping I can save time in summer. I think if I get first try Chicken Festival, I can definitely save time. So I think summer is really one of like my last big time saves, really. So you're just not actually getting milk because you're running away. Okay, I was like, that's only 6, and that's because one of the cows has ran off over here for some reason. I was just a bit shy, I suppose. I don't know why I did that. Just didn't want that particular egg. It just wasn't high. You know, this wasn't good enough quality for me. Oh, I suppose. Oh wait, no, that was that'll be like not tomorrow, but the day after. I'll get the cheese maker. Because I would sell my cows tomorrow if I could, because I'll have gotten all the milk I need tomorrow. But the farm shop is closed tomorrow, so I actually can't. Well, that's alright, because the only difference that'll mean is I just have to feed them today. In fact, I don't even really need to feed them today. I just milk them, and then, because they won't get sick, they'll just be a little bit upset. And that's the thing, actually, even if they were sick, that wouldn't be a problem, because you can still sell sick cows, which is what I'd be doing. And then when I get them back later, they wouldn't be sick then, so yeah. Sorry cows, you're not getting fed today. How am I actually doing with chicken? 7 hearts, okay, that's good. Okay, it's a little bit longer. It's been a little bit longer than usual, but to be fair, I think this is probably like. I think if I were to do future runs, this will probably be how long spring takes anyway. Cause I think this has gone fine doing the cow now. But yeah, so now I can just sell all my cows because I've got enough milk from them. That'll give me about 21,000 G. Yeah, that should be enough for the rest of the run. I think so. I'll be honest. I don't think I've ever actually done it consistently. I think. I think usually it's done in year 2. So I think in my PB I may have done it in summer too. I think at some point I may have tried to do it in winter, which is just a bad idea. Like doing it in either summer or winter is just bad anyway because of storms. But I've usually done it a lot earlier because I've hit like the part where I was like, oh, I actually really need money now, a lot earlier. Whereas because I shipped like way more pineapples, like I shipped like something like 350 pineapples total, just so I could get extra money. It basically meant that I didn't really need to rely on animal exchange at all for making money. So I've only had to start doing the cows now because it's like, yeah, this is just like a decent opportunity too. Hey Adam, how's it going? Yeah, I think it could be sub 9 today. It's certainly looking likely. Yeah, I think I saw that the other day, but I can't remember exactly what it says. I have a very short memory. Oh yeah, yeah. If the remake sells well, they'll consider more, and there's a new game in development. Like I've talked about this before, I'm definitely not against the idea of them remaking more games, but I still personally like the original, like the new ones. So I'd be happy with a bit of both, I suppose. See, that's interesting. I think whilst everyone would love a 64 remake, I think that's one of the less likely ones because of the fact that like it's all kind of like alternate universe stuff now. Like I think because 64 uses the same characters, as Back to Nature and Friends of Middle Town, but with completely different personalities and like jobs and whatnot. I think they'd be hesitant to do that sort of thing with a 64 remake. Right, finally, we're out of spring. I say finally. I think summer might be really the only month that won't take roughly this long in this year. Yeah, it is quite annoying when your horse tries to get away. Don't do it often, but it happens, you know, just enough to be a little bit irritating. But yeah, so my thought on them like remaking games, or remaking games is like, on one hand, I can understand why people would be like, yeah, I want them to remake the good ones, and I get that, you know, seeing like HD remakes of the ones that I love, like the Wii ones or Magical Melody, that would be great. I'd love to see that. But part of me would also kind of like to see remakes of the ones that I haven't played, or ones that, you know, people aren't like massively on board or fans with, you know. Like, I wouldn't mind seeing a remake of some of the other DS ones. DS obviously I think would be a great remake, but like the Islands games I think would be an interesting enough remake. Or something like that, you know? They keep remaking this one. Yeah, this one has like these characters and like this kind of thing. They've shown up quite a bit. Also, hey Iriste, how are you doing today? That's actually one of the funny things though about them reusing a lot of the same characters early on in the series' life, or pretty much for like quite a bit in like the first half of the series' life so far. Is I feel that's kind of like that's kind of like bit them on the arse really, because obviously yeah, everyone's gonna be a little bit nostalgic for the characters in the Harvest Moon that they grew up with, but when you have like 3-4 games that all pretty much have these characters, everyone's going to be like a little bit kind of hesitant to get on board with new characters. Yeah, so we're talking a bit about the Friends of Middle Town remake and just kind of stuff to do with that, I suppose. But yeah, so what I mean is like, because like these characters have appeared so much, everyone's like, I don't know, everyone just kind of doesn't care about the newer ones as much, and I get that because like they haven't appeared in as many games or whatever. But everybody's almost feel like then just hesitant, like, you know, oh, it's not, you know, it's not the Friends of Middle Town or it's not the 64 candidates, so I don't care. And that's stupid, I think. Yeah, Magical Melody would be, I think, would be a good remake just to see the, like all the SNES and the Save the Homeland characters again. That will obviously be quite nice. There are like quite a few versions of this, so it'll be interesting to see like whether or not this is like, or the remake is viewed favourably over like how it stands up to Friends of Middletown. Because even Friends of Middletown is like, despite being kind of like a remake or port of Back to Nature, has quite a few gameplay differences. And has like quite a few changes made to it. I think it would certainly be ballsy of Marvelous to re-release any of the Game Boy games. I think if they were to do that, I think the smartest thing for them to do with it would be to release it as like a package and kind of like remake all the Game Boy games and put them together. I think that would be like the smartest thing for them to do with that. But even then, like, I don't know, some of the, like, especially like Game Boy 1, is just so like, it just is so outdated and like, you know, good for the time. There's like, yeah, I don't know, I just really can't see them making a remake of Game Boy 1 because it just doesn't, it just doesn't have like anywhere near enough like things that you would expect in this series now. Yeah, exactly. Like, I'd be surprised if they remade like SNES, and Game Boy 1 is like even simpler than that, because it basically is just limited to your farm, and the town is a menu. So if they remade like Game Boy 1, then that would be bizarre. Yeah, I thought the Magical Melody thing of them buying and selling, or well, not selling land, but buying land was quite interesting. I think now they just kind of prefer you to give you like a big farm, just like they just prefer to give you like just a big area and just go, yep, that's good enough. Just have that and do whatever you want with it, rather than like, and you know, you do in the modern games you do like unlock it as you go through the story. But I could see like buying more land working in the newer games. Right, so today is the Chicken Festival. The Chicken Sumo Festival, so we wanted to get some good luck. So chat, I need your help for this. I need you to post, if you have any bless emotes, if you're a sub, of course, flex the uber bless on them, on the non-subs. Everyone else, you know, if you've got a bless emote, post that. If not, you can always post the bless RNG. So I'm gonna be right back just before the festival opens, but when I come back, I want to see some blesses. Okay, I'm back. Good, we got some blessings going on, this is good. Alright, if I manage to get this first try, this will be absolute hype, because this will basically mean I've done pretty much almost everything first try in this run, with the exception of horse race, but that then kind of also doesn't really mean anything because you'd because I was supposed to go to the horse race twice anyway, so it worked out even. Okay, we're up against Tank. I don't think I saw Big Ape or Big Mama, so the two powerhouses aren't in it, thank goodness. So yeah, there's a little bit of skill here, but there is also just a hint of randomness, because your chicken can just face away, and if your chicken just decides to face in whatever direction you don't want it to face in, there isn't anything you can do about it. You just have to hope that your opponent is equally inadequate. Okay, good first match. Okay, we're up against Foster now. Right. Ooh. Okay. Doing good so far. Okay, another good match. Super C is our final match. Another. Oh, the names that they give these animals are brilliant. Okay, let's do this. Come on, first try, baby. Oh yes. Oh yes. First try. Let's go. And now there's only one real reason that we actually wanted to win that festival. That wasn't just for funsies, as surprising as that may seem. Because you may have noticed they didn't actually give us anything. We didn't get given anything for winning that. But luckily, what we really got was a boost in my chicken's pride. So tomorrow my chicken will lay a golden egg. And we can use that for exactly one recipe. Yeah, this is very likely to be sub 9. So if I basically kept even for the remainder of the run, it would still be sub 9, but I'm most likely going to save time here because of First Try Chicken Festival. And I've also got a massive time save at the end, in the end split. So if you notice how the difference between Winter 3 and End, that's about 22 minutes. It should actually be about 2 minutes, that split. How many time saves do I have? So this is probably like my last big time save, this split here. And I've got about 20 minutes of time save on the end split. Come on, dog. No? Thank you. Yeah, so I've got some time save here. I've got 20 minutes of time save in the end. I probably have like maybe some time save in fall and winter, maybe. But if I've got time save there, it's probably not a lot. Yeah, so I didn't sell the chicken, I just sent it back to my second file, and then it'll come back at the end of the run. In fact, at the end of the run I'll have about 10 Potpourri the chickens. No, so you only get the affection boost when you name, like when you actually name the chicken, like as part of the event. So unfortunately, just having a chicken named Potpourri doesn't really do anything. It's more the initial gesture that she appreciated. I'd probably be happy if I named a cow after her. Unfortunately not, so because it's all it's part of like an event where she gives you an egg, and if you hatch the egg, well, so just getting the egg from her gets 2,000 affection, and then hatching the egg gets you another 2,000, and then naming the chicken Potpourri gets you 1,000. So it's not just a random chicken that I named Potpourri, it was specifically the chicken that hatched from an egg she gave me. Now, unfortunately, I can't do Shopping Channel today because it's Anne's birthday and the inn closes on Anne's birthday. And I've already got something from the Shopping Channel loaded, so if I watch the Shopping Channel today, it wouldn't really make a difference. It would just change whatever item I've got loaded. And unfortunately, it's a festival next week, I believe. Yeah, so I can't do the Shopping Channel then either. Okay, so with only 10 days left in summer, I'm thinking this is potentially looking like a goal, because I don't think these last 10 days will take me 13 minutes. I knew we were definitely going to save time, but this will be quite the hefty time save, I think. So I'm thinking, maybe, I think by the end of this split, we might be about roughly an hour ahead. Maybe give or take a minute or two. About an hour. I think we'll save about 15 minutes on this split. can't do TV shopping today because it's festival. That's alright. Right, at some point I do need to buy the hot house, and unfortunately I can't combo it with the shopping channel because you can't order things on Saturdays, or you can't go to the conference on Saturdays. So I think, yeah, I think I'll just do it today. Then by the time it's done, it'll either be like summer 30 or it'll be fall 1. I don't know why the water changed colour. Spooky. Alright, just gotta do a bit of waiting here, so I'll be right back real quick. I'm back. Looked like it froze over. Yeah, I did actually think that for a split second. I was like, oh crap, is it only going to get me? Let me take like one fish out or something. Right, I've got plenty of lumber. In fact, because I bought the 500 lumber twice, I think I've got exactly. I think it caps at 999. Yeah. Bit of a shame. If it went over, that would have been nice, but not a problem that it didn't. Because that's only really going to be a problem is if my hothouse dies. So that's actually a slight time save I have in winter, is I had to wait for my hothouse, or I had to build my hothouse again, because I got screwed over by a storm like right at the beginning of winter. Hey Farmer Claire, how are you doing today? I haven't seen the gameplay of Back to Nature, looks nice. Yeah, Back to Nature is a good game. It's almost like a mix between 64 and Friendly Mineral Town. Sort of very similar graphics, very play style to 64, but it's the town and the characters of Mineral Town. Okay, I actually got pretty good with storms this summer because I've only missed this is like the only storm I've had this summer, so that's not too bad. So yeah, storms at this point are kind of like a mixed bag because on one hand it means I can't go outside to brush my horse, which means the day is faster, but my horse loses a tiny bit of affection. Okay, so finally coming out of summer, saving time, always good. Going into fall. And fall is where we kind of grow our last lot of crops that we need for the for the recipes. I'm doing that today. Gonna be getting some of the last crops. I'm going to start growing them today, and that will take me about half of fall because the longest crops take about 15 days to grow. Okay, I've got about enough honey, because I only actually need like 25 items for my child. I was supposed to pick up like crop items or crop tools. And yeah, and like whilst you're making recipes, you make about. Oh, I didn't see my watering can because it's now gold. I was looking for a blue one. I need to look at how many crops. Yeah, see, I can think of this whilst I'm waiting for time to pass. So I need 5 cucumbers. So ideally, I'd want to have cucumbers on like at the front. I kind of can't. If I have a rock anywhere, I can use, yeah. And we're doing some weird crop patterns. Right, what other ones do I need? I need one more. I need one more sweet potato. 4 tomatoes. Using a pumpkin. Right, so I've put the tomatoes there. I think that should be fine. What am I doing? Yeah, I can go to the end. I'm trying to think of what all the stuff that I need to do today. Yeah, the music in this game is really good. I mean, the music in the series as a whole is really good. Like, I like quite a lot of the music in the series. Alright. Oh wait, no, I've already got 1 tomato, so I only actually need 3. I only need tomato and pumpkin from here. And then just sweet potato and spinach, I think. Yeah, the new music is because interesting. Yeah, some of it sounds alright, some of it sounds a bit weird. It would be nice if they gave you the option for having like the classic themes. I'm kind of skeptical that they will. I don't think they will. It'd be nice if they did, but yeah, I don't think they will. I'm interested in hearing more of the Fall track, because Fall had we've had like one snippet of it on the Japanese Twitter at the moment, and it gets like they just cut it just before as it gets really heavy drum and bass vibes, and it's really weird, and I'm really curious about hearing more of it. Okay, so the main thing you need to do is pay attention to how much flour and oil I've got. Just everything else, because I know I've got enough bread, I know I've got enough curry powder. I know I've got either 8 or 9 oil, but I don't know exactly how much. Really, I suppose I should have bought some of this whilst I was here earlier. But that's not a problem. I can make like one more trip because I gotta do a few more TV shopping, so that's fine. Oh, this is gonna be irritating. I forgot I had apples on me. If I remembered I had apples on me and I wasn't gonna get a full rucksack of rice, I would have picked something else up. In fact, I can get other apples later. You know, I've got more time to get more apples, you know. Yeah, should actually remember to water my crops today though. Okay, so I've got 9 of both flour and oil, which means I only need 4 more oil, 3 more flour. So that's good. So that means I should only have to do 1 more trip to the supermarket. Okay, yeah, so fall mostly is now just growing these crops, which will take about half of. That'll be like half of fall, because the crops will be done about 15th, I should think. And yeah, and that's pretty much it for most of fall. So the run from this point on was pretty much straightforward. Yeah, it's a lot of almost just kind of last minute cleanup. Like all the crops I'm growing at the moment are just to get recipes. And obviously I'm still befriending like my sheep, not my sheep either. My horse. That's what animal it is. It's a horse. My horse and my dog. In order to get them up to 10 hearts, so I can get the percentage with them. And then yeah, then in winter, that'll be when I'll start focusing on all of the recipes. Didn't actually want to take my dog outside, but oh well. I meant to put him down before I left the building. Come on, horse. Thank you. Oh, I left my dog outside. Not a problem. Right, let's actually put you inside just so I remember. Okay, so I think I may only have like 2, I suppose, lots of shopping channel left. Maybe like, oh, no, let's not get rid of that. Maybe like a 3rd one, I don't know. Well, I just have to go for like a single item. Well, okay, so I've got, what have I got left? I've got, that was the rolling pin today. I know I've got the knife set to get. Oven and seasoning set. I think the only other one I can think of is Power Berry after that. Which, yeah, would mean 3 more trips to the inn. And really, we're almost done with the crops. Where am I going? I just run straight past the horse shed. Almost done with crops. Okay, I'll go pick up those tomatoes tomorrow. Okay, so it might be like an extra day because I have to regrow like 1 cucumber. Which obviously that won't really add on extra time, but that could have actually been prevented because I had like an empty space. On like the left-hand crops. But yeah, as I said, that's not. I think that'll maybe cost me like 1 day of just having to water the cucumbers because I think that maybe I think they're like 6 days to regrow, and the pumpkins and the cabbage will be done on the 15th. So yeah, not really a problem at all. Okay, I don't know. I don't know what I would have done in my PB, but I think we're gonna get a massive time save here, because, yeah, I'm pretty much halfway through fall, and roundabout now I'll stop growing crops, so the second half shouldn't actually even take this long. So even if it did, I'd still save a little bit of time, not much, but yeah, the second half of fall shouldn't take as long as the first half. I don't think there's anything I'm missing. I know I've got to get, I know I've got to get a few more items, but I'll get them today. Yeah, because I got to get like a couple of grapes and some mushrooms today. But I'll do that whilst I'm waiting for the end to open. Don't need to worry about the truffle because I've already got one. I believe I only need a single mushroom. Yep. I think I do need a few more apples, but I suppose I can pick them up tomorrow, really. I'll be honest, I am a little bit hesitant to go past the poultry farm in case I activate a couple of events with Rick and Karen. I have a feeling there's another event outside the supermarket in like that area that I just left. Drop off these items. I think I'm just gonna have to go the normal way and kind of hope that I don't pass Rick and Karen. But yeah, I think I've got like 2 trips left of TV shopping, because I've got the oven is like one of the last big things. So I've got the seasoning set after this, and then I'm kind of I don't know whether it'll then go to the power berry or whether it'll wrap back round to the kitchen knife first. But yeah, so the next one will either be the next one on the actual that'll come up on the channel will be seasoning set. But then when I buy it, it'll either be seasoning set and knife, or seasoning set and power berry, and then whichever one I have left. That should be the only one I have left. Right, so this should also be my last trip to the supermarket, I think. I had 9 oil and 9 flour, so I only need to pick up 3 flour and 4 oil. Right, last few cucumbers, so that's crops entirely done. Okay, I accidentally pulled a cucumber out, and for a second I thought like I picked up the cucumber, but it didn't actually like harvest it. Okay, so now I can just continue focusing on my horse. And dog, of course. I don't need to worry about crops anymore. Right, plenty of apples, plenty of cucumbers. So this is what we're kind of almost approaching the final leg of the run. got a little bit of downtime here, of course, so if anybody have any questions about the run, or just about anything really, now is a perfect time to ask, because when we get into winter and I start doing recipes, I'll pay a little bit less attention to anything that happens in chat, just because I'll be reading all like the different ingredients for all the different recipes and stuff. So obviously, I'll still try and pay attention to chat as much as I can, but a little bit more difficult. So if you have any questions, as I said, if there's anything you want to know about the run, or about any of the games I run, or about anything, now is a great opportunity to ask, whilst we're just kind of finishing up the penultimate month. What will I do after sub 9? Okay, so that kind of depends. If depending on how low this run goes, because this is like a really good run. So if this is only like just barely sub 9, which it really shouldn't be, like this should be much lower than, like this might be like a 8. It'd be like somewhere around like 830-ish. Or not, like, I think it should be around that sort of mark, like halfway between 8 and sub 9. But like in terms of like long term, I don't know. I think there's potential to see a sub 8, maybe. Like that, it's much easier. It'll be much easier to say once this run is finished. But in terms of the close future, so I was gonna wait until the end of the stream and the end of the run to say this, but yeah, because this is like a really good run, this will probably be my last 98% run for a while. Because I was only really planning on doing it so whilst I'm kind of back at home for summer, and back in September I moved back down to Leicester. I go back to work, so I have a lot less free time. So that's kind of, I was taking advantage of all the free time I have to do, speedruns that started off with taking, gosh, what was my first run was 12. It was 12. I think my first run back was about sub 12, but it had a lot of new tech in, and now we're getting sub 9. So yeah. But so I was only really planning on doing it up until running this up until the end of August, really. But because this has been a really good run, depending on how this run went, I wasn't sure. I was wasn't sure whether or not I was going to do a run next Saturday. But yeah, because this run is very good, I kind of probably won't do a run next Saturday, because now it'll actually be quite difficult to beat. But yeah, but just because I won't be running 98% for a while, I still plan on keeping streaming semi-consistent. I'll probably come September and when I go back to work, Saturdays will probably not. I probably won't be streaming on Saturdays anymore. But I'll still try and. So streams might get cut down to once a week. But if they do, I'd like to eventually get them back up to twice a week. And kind of keep them consistent at that. Chances are Wednesday streams will still continue. What day, what other days I'll stream, I don't know, because all that kind of stuff depends on my work schedule and and yeah, at my job I have a 0-hour contract, so they will just give me whatever hours they feel like and I will deal with that essentially. I mean, Magical Melody runs every day. No, unfortunately not. It's really a shame. So I genuinely do love Magical Melody, and I really enjoyed the run for it. Like, I think it's a great speed run, but I don't see myself going back to it for quite some time because I have pretty much like hit. Like I've got times that I'm completely happy with for pretty much every category I'm willing to run. And there's still like a lot putting me off of running all notes. Well, there's still like a few things anyway. So I don't know. I definitely would like to come back to Magical Melody at some point. And I'd like to come back to it. Like, I think there's a good chance of me coming back to it anyway, just to try and like do marathon runs. So if I do ever catch myself with the ability to go to a GDQ so I can actually submit, I will definitely submit Magical Melody. Like, that will be like, if I could only submit one run to a GDQ, I would submit a Magical Melody. So if I ever got into the position where I'd be able to go to America for a GDQ, and I was able to submit runs, you know, chances are whatever I'm streaming at that point, I'll just be streaming I'll be derusting and doing a lot of no resets of whatever I plan on submitting. And Magical Melody will be definitely one of them. But yeah, so in terms of speedrunning, I think I'm going to continue speedrunning this for a while, though I'll just be doing the marriage categories, because there's still a lot of stuff that I haven't really touched upon with the marriage categories. Like, you know, I can get a oh, actually, no, I need to stay up for shopping channel. Yeah, I can try and get a run with all of the girls who have the shipping duplication, or like you can do a shipping duplication, so like Potpourri, Mary, Karen. You know, I don't have a time in either Mary nor Karen, so I could, you know, that's always a category that I would like to learn at some point. Getting a good Potpourri run with shipping duplication would be good. Possibly even going for Ellie World Record, like I'm not that far off of it. So that could be potentially something that I'd want to do. There's even the possibility of, you know, learning Back to Nature Girl and learning some of the marriage candidates for that. But yeah, but I'm not really sure, like, after, like, once I'm done with this game, what I want to go to then. I've got like a couple of ideas, but nothing's really like screaming out to me. Like, I've got a few games that I do want to go back to at some point, but I don't know. As I said, like, none of them are like jumping out at me as like, go back to it immediately, go back to this now. But that's the thing, things like that can change. Like, you know, at some point I probably will feel like running other games more than Back to Nature. Like, at some point I probably will get burnt out on this. And that's one of the reasons why this probably will be my last 98% run, is because doing a speedrun for a whole day every week is, you know, a little bit exhausting. But I'm glad to be going out on essentially a really good run. But as I said, you know, it sounds like I'm not going to be streaming forever now, but no, streams will be continuing. Just this, as I said, this will probably be the last 98% run for a while. Okay, so, final Power Berry. I'm pretty sure final Power Berry anyway. It'd be embarrassing if I've forgotten one. Okay, so yeah, I've got like one more thing to buy from the shopping channel, which is the knife set. And then we can get started on recipes. Right, so because Potpourri gave birth at a good time, my child is born in time for all of winter, which is very good. So that means I only have to give him one gift a day, which means I only need about 25 or so items, if even that. Actually, I should really remember that I should be saving here quite frequently, because I really don't want my hothouse to get destroyed again, because that cost me a bit of time in my PB. So not having that happen again would be very nice. Right, I just want to check I am only missing the knife. Yeah. Yeah, so I'm only missing one thing from TV shopping. And that being the knife. So that should be like the last item I have to buy. Because I've got all other ingredients. Right, that looked like there was a storm tomorrow. Okay, no, just snow. That's alright. I can deal with just snow. Right, final item of shopping channel. And really, hopefully final item of the whole run. Okay. Oh, no. That's him telling me about the dog race. I thought that was him going to deliver my knife. Not quite yet. So I think it would actually maybe be today if I were to like re-exit my house, I think. Okay, here it is. Finally get started on recipes. I think what I'm going to do, I'm going to start recipes once I've given once I finish this lot of honey to my child. Then I'll start recipes, so that'll probably happen. So I'll probably start them maybe just before the 20th, really, roughly then. Hey Sugarlicious, how are you doing today? Thank you for the good luck. Oh wow, my dog's already on 10 hearts. I can ignore my dog for a while. That's alright. Okay, this is Winter Thanksgiving. So, the classic, cake in the bag. Best prank in the world. Very close to being done with my horse as well. Which is good. Yeah, brush that pole. I mean, that's probably the first time I've talked to Potpourri in quite a good few months. Also, that second thing she said was weird. She said, what was it? She said, you must have looked like A as a baby, A being my child, because A looks just like you. Now, okay, yeah, I kind of understand that I probably would have looked like A as a child because he's my child, so, you know, and all babies look vaguely similar, I'm pretty sure. But because he looks like me now? That I'm not so sure about. I think what I might actually do, just so I can purely focus on recipes. I don't know, it's risky to do this, it is. But part of me kind of wants to do just finish befriending my child and then do all recipes, not in one go, but like once I've finished befriending my child, so I don't have to. So if I have to reset for a recipe, I don't have to worry about befriending my child again that day. No, there's no real point in doing that. I'll probably start recipes tomorrow. Right, 64 recipes. I have currently made 0. So this is one of the last big things to do, really. Outside of this, it's just finishing befriending whatever creatures live on my farm, child or horse. And send over a bunch of animals. So yeah, so let's get started on recipes. So first up, we're going to start with all of the recipes that are then later used for other recipes, so are then used as like ingredients themselves. So first up we got butter. That's first just because we use that the most. That gets used 7 times later. Alright, I should probably actually do this in good order. No, I don't want to find pepper that. Noodles. Pot. Rolling pin. I said noodles when I meant knife, but you all know what I meant, yeah? Because I'm making noodles. And then we'll make sashimi. That's just knife and those fish all the way from the beginning of the run. vegetable juice. Now all these next recipes, they're just going to be used once, so it doesn't really matter what order we do these in. Now I'm actually having my notes down to do grape jam, but I think I'm actually going to do apple jam because that's like the first actual recipe on my list. And I've got plenty of spare apples. Well, I have to make it anyway, so it's not even a spare apple, it will just be used later. Alright, now we're going to make some ketchup. Sugar, salt, vinegar, yep. Onion. Okay, only 2 more recipes left that will be used as recipes later. So now we've got scrambled eggs. That's just an egg and some oil. Pretty standard. And then lastly, we've got tempura. A frying pan, but then we got a few things with this. We got egg, oil, and flour. Yep. You might be thinking to yourself, what happens if I mess up a recipe? And that's a good question, that's a fair question. Because pretty much most recipes in this game, I don't have enough ingredients spare. So some of them I do, like if I accidentally messed up the apple jam, I've got spare apples. That's not a problem. But yeah, as I said, a lot, if not really most of the recipes, I don't have spare ingredients for. So I'm saving every day, and if I mess up a recipe, if it fails, then I just have to restart that day, and whatever recipes I've made that day already, I just have to make again and just accept the small slight time loss. Right, so now we can get on with all the real recipes that we won't use for later. Actually, no, first we'll actually finish making all the recipes that I want to use. We'll just like store them up whilst we can. And then, but these aren't like, yeah, these are just, now I can just, I've already made it, I can just select it from the menu. Very simple. So yes, that's exactly what I'm going to do. I'm just going to finish. I'm going to make a lot of butter. At some point I actually need to make, some point soon actually, I need to make some cheese. So this is one that I don't really want to make. I don't want to make too much butter because I don't have enough milk to use for other things if I make too much of it. Don't have any spare milk. It wouldn't be difficult to get the spare milk, but you know, as I said, don't want to use. Don't want to have to do that. Right, so we need another bit of fruit juice. some more noodles. Another bit of sashimi. So this is why it's useful, like, we caught the 2 large fish instead of 1 medium, 1 large, because the game would then go, oh, you don't have 2 large fish, and I'd have to go through the process of making the sashimi again, which isn't, you know, not a difficult dish to make, but saves me a little bit of time, yeah? Right, and I think that's all the extra ones. Right, so let's continue with the main dishes now. So first up, we got a classic, we got the apple pie. Well, I suppose first up really we had apple jam, but we've already made that so we can skip that and go straight for the apple pie. Right, so egg, flour, butter, and an apple. Yeah. And now these recipes I don't need to use for anything, so as soon as I'm done with them, I just immediately throw them back into the kitchen. Just straight away gone, don't need them, don't want them. So this next one, quite simple, just take some rice ball and some bamboo shoot. And then, as you can imagine, I'm sure, you know, bamboo, rice, bam, you get bamboo rice. Now we've already made butter, so we can give that a cheeky old skip. But up now we've got a cake. And this is kind of where some fun stuff come in, because we can make a cake that's not too difficult. You could say it's a piece of cake. You could say that, but why would you want to? But so then later, what we're able to do with things like that is we're able to get stuff like that and make a slight variation. And actually this is where I need to go make some cheese. But you can make, so what you can do in this game is you can make variations on dishes, in which it gives you a dish that you've already made, you've already, like, you know, game knows how you've made it. But then you can change things about it, so maybe you want to use a different utensil, maybe you want to add or take away an ingredient. And this is quite helpful for some things, so, you know, we just made a cake, and in a bit, we'll be making a chocolate cake. And you'll be surprised to find out, I'm sure, that there isn't much difference between a chocolate cake and a regular cake. In fact, this game seems to just want you to add chocolate to it. Alright, so this time we got cheese fondue coming up first. Coming up now, so we get the cheese. Wherever the bread is, there it is. Yeah. We'll make some cheese fondue. I don't know where all, like, you know, the bowls and, like, the serving dishes we're making, I don't know where they're coming from, you know, that had like a, I suppose that was more like, you know, the little thing that you dip it into, but it looked like a ladle. Which, I don't know, maybe you can have. I've never been to a fondue. Never had fondue before myself, so I don't know if you can have, if you can use a ladle for it. That seems a bit weird. You know, I know you stick the bread in and you have it like that, but ladles, I'm not sure, are a welcome addition to fondue nights. The cheese, egg, and milk. And of course, we've got a cheesecake. Bam, so let's stop that here, make a quick save. Because I've already done 14 recipes, there's quite a few. Really? That does actually surprise me, like, I don't know, a ladle seems almost, that's a lot of cheese, you know? Like, I get when they have, like, the bread on sticks and they put it in the cheese, because they've got, like, the melted cheese in a big dish. But, like, a ladle, that's, I suppose, that's if you want, like, cheese fondue, but, like, cheese on toast variation. Oh, Jesus, almost falling off my chair again. Twice I've done that this run so far. Alright, so we made cheesecake. Next one, knife, vinegar. We're making a fancy dish now. We've got chirashi sushi, which, as you can imagine, involves quite a few things. So we've got the rice ball, of course. Whichever one of these is sashimi, there it is. And then scrambled eggs. So yeah, so here comes our first variation. So what we're able to do is follow a recipe, select cake, try a slight variation on the dish, and we want all the same things really, but we just want to throw some chocolate in. I'm pretty sure anyway, yeah, just throw some chocolate in. And then, bada bing bada boom, chocolate cake. Now up next, you know, go alphabetical of course, it wants us to make chocolate cookies. Well, I don't want to do that quite yet. I want to make cookies first. And that's because I've only got one piece of chocolate left, the game won't let me, it won't appreciate me trying to make a variation on something I don't have all the ingredients for, even though the ingredients that I have, I'm taking out. I'm worried I didn't select sugar. No, it worked, okay. So yeah, so I make cookies first, and then I can do exactly the same thing. I can make a variation of cookies, add in a piece of chocolate, and then there we go, we've got chocolate cookies. Yeah, select do not cook. That first menu is always just, it has no idea why it's there. You go up to the kitchen to cook, and then it asks you, are you sure you want to cook? And then like, yes, I'm sure. Okay, they're very certain they want to cook now. Let them have it. You know, there's no room for chefs who lack confidence. You know, you gotta know if you want to cook. Alright, so we make a little bit more stuff with the curry powder. Okay, we just made curry. Now we're just gonna make curry noodles. And then, oh, up next, one of the best dishes in the game, I will say. Like, it's the piece de resistance, the king of gourmet himself. So you did nothing, and then you get a little bit of butter, a little bit of bread. Oh, and you've got an absolute meal fit for a king. You got the dinner roll, classic, love it. Amazing dish. You use a bit of the frying pan. We've all got a couple of fried dishes coming up now. So I want to use a little bit of oil, of course. You gotta if you're using a frying pan. And then we want to use our noodles, and this might shock you, but we're making fried noodles. Task cooking would be insane to watch. Task cooking would be hilarious to watch, I think, because it would just be like going through all the menus like ridiculous, like at a blinding pace. It would be amazing. So yeah, so we've made fried noodles. Now get yourself an egg, get yourself some oil, and get another rice ball, and we're making fried rice. Quite a lot of seasoning in that one. Understandable. And now we're making another classic dish. Everybody's favourite, I'm sure. Or maybe not everyone's favourite, but you know, always appreciated. People always love a bit of these. So if I can find the dish that I want, there it is. Potato, some oil, in a frying pan with a knife. Just with a knife, not cutting it, just, you know, stick the knife on the frying pan. And of course we've got some fries, served in a lovely basket, as they do in the fancy restaurants, you know. And now we've already made, a fruit juice, so we don't need to do that. But now we're gonna make a fruit latte. And I'm actually going to do something. I'm going to do a little bit convenient stuff here. I'm going to follow a recipe. I'm going to make a slight variation on the fruit latte. Because the game knows I've still got fruit juice, so I can still use that. What I'm able to do is take out the fruit juice, add in the vegetable juice. And I need to make this later anyway, so I'm just doing it now for funsies. And I've got a vegetable latte. Whoa. Alright, I think I might... How many have I done altogether? 26, that's not too bad. We'll continue tomorrow. Yeah, Magical Melody has some like really neat menuing, especially the 80%, because you pretty much can get it down to like really specific menuing, knowing exactly what you've got in your rucksack and what you need to do where. Oh, dog's gone down a bit. Oh, right. So we've made our fruit latte, we can skip that now. So this is a dish I'd usually actually make at the beginning. But I made apple jam first instead. So we're going to do a variation on it. And instead of an apple, we're going to use a grape. And this is going to turn out grape, I'm sure. Because we're going to be making grape jam. And we don't need that, we've already got our apple jam. So now, one of the special recipes that requires one of the secret crops, one of the hidden crops, one of the super duper special crops, is of course the classic meal, greens. That we need a bit of spinach for. And now we're going to use our other fish. We're going to use the final fish. The fish were very nice to me today, you know, they got caught very quickly. Wonderful. Medium fish has to be. Large fish, too big for your frying pan, what are you doing? Be realistic. We've got some grilled fish. Lovely. Using the frying pan a little bit more. Another dish with a frying pan here. And one of the few dishes that uses miso paste. It's a rare treat for us, isn't it? And this lovely simple dish involves eggplant. And what we're going to do, put all this together, and we make happy eggplant. Ah, that's very nice, very lovely dish. Always know, you know, you are what you eat. So you know, happy eggplant, become an eggplant. You know, like in Kid Icarus. And now another classic, another brilliant meal here. You get your pot, you get some milk, you warm it up, and you've got hot milk. Actually, I'll keep that because my child loves it. I won't give it to him just yet. He can hold on. He can, wait for it. Savor the moment. You can get that a bit later. Right, so let's take our pot. Let's take our whisk. Let's add some sugar. And then a little bit of milk, a little bit of eggs. And we're going to be making ice cream. I have actually made homemade ice cream before. Didn't actually turn out too bad. It's quite interesting. It's an interesting culinary experience. But oh, forget ice cream. We're on to another one of the kings. If the dinner roll was like the king of spades, this is like, you know, this is the king of hearts. You know, we get our jam. Pretty sure that's a jam. I feel like I need to check now. That is our jam. Good, that's our jam. We get our jam. We get some more bread. And what are we making? We're making a jam bun. Yowzers, what a meal. I don't know why we flattened it at some point, but we did. Okay, so now these are like, you know, these are the aces. If all of those, like, you know, bread dishes, they're, you know, if they're the kings, these are the aces of the deck, you know. So we're gonna take the whisk. We're gonna take some vinegar, and of course, a little bit of oil. Got to have a little bit of oil. And we're gonna take an egg, and we're making mayonnaise. So I said this split is 2 minutes long, so that's the end split. We're still on currently the winter split. So we've made our mayonnaise, we've made our small mayonnaise, but now we can make a variation of that. So goodbye low quality egg, hello medium quality egg, so we can make medium sized mayonnaise. Mental, who'd have thought? And guess what? We're not going for 1, we're not going for 2. We're going for a 3rd. I'm actually going to select the right recipe again. And we are going to do a slight variation on medium mayonnaise. You could also do it with the small mayonnaise. It doesn't matter. You know, play how you feel. And we're making large mayonnaise. What? But that's not enough. We need to go further beyond. We need to be crazier. You know that golden egg that we got because our chicken is very happy with the fact that it won the chicken sumo contest, which it should be. It's a crowning achievement. Wonderful. Congratulations, Potpourri. We're going to use that golden egg and we're going to make extra large mayonnaise, which comes out golden because, of course. I think that's a safe spot to finish recipes for today, and we'll continue tomorrow. Yeah, 4 mayonnaises in a row. It's a lot to take in, I know. Very exciting. Bear in mind, I also have a mayonnaise maker. I don't think you're allowed to use the mayonnaise maker. I don't think that gives you mayonnaise. Or, well, it gives you mayonnaise, of course, but I don't think it like increases your recipes. Cheese actually isn't a recipe, so obviously, you know, you can make mayonnaise with the mayonnaise maker or the recipes, but you can't make cheese without the cheese maker. There isn't like an alternate for that. Fun fact, I suppose. Hey Mina Mio the Great, how are you doing today? Just in time for recipes. About halfway through the recipes. Not a real chef unless you're making mayonnaise by hand. True, true. Oh, and see, now we got another miso paste recipe. Lovely. Now, where is my bamboo? There it is. Because we got, you know, almost miso paste. We're making miso soup. I almost said miso sauce then, which is almost a mix between paste and soup. I'd say, you know, it's the distant cousins. The mix in between, the hybrid, the chimera of paste and soup in a way. Now, I've made mixed juice before. So actually what I'm going to do... How have I got? Are you going to let me make a fruit latte? You are! Wonderful. No, I haven't even got mixed juice. I haven't done that one yet. So that's something I actually need to do. There we go. That. Bam. There's that. There's that. Nope, let's actually get this right, because I don't think that is right. Is it right? No, that is right, okay. I thought we'd need the milk, but no, that's for the latte. I'm being silly. Don't want to throw that away because I need that for now. So unfortunately, I'm not able to make a variation on some of this stuff now because I don't have the fruit juice to make a variation on a fruit latte. I just have to make it regularly, and now I'm about to use the mixed juice, so I can't make another variation on that for vegetable latte later on. Because of course. Okay, so now here's another ace in the deck. Yeah, we've had the dinner roll. Actually, is this an ace? Maybe this is a debatable ace. Debatable, yeah. It has potential to be an ace, but I don't know. Some other dishes might stack up. This is like on the same level as like the bamboo rice, because we had the bamboo, we had the rice. This is the mushroom, the rice, the mushroom rice, of course. Now I've already made noodles, so we can give them a little quick skip. Hey, Collateral Chardon, how are you doing today? Cooking seems complicated. It seems complicated, but truth is, I have a big old spreadsheet that has all of the recipes in it, with all of the ingredients, so I'm just reading off that. The complicated part is getting all the recipes, really. So, okay, we make an omelette. I like to have my omelettes with cheese. So having a bit of cheese in your omelette, that's quite nice. You know, it's quite enjoyable for me. I always like that. Having a bit of a cheese omelette, very nice. Big cheese fan, I'd say. But yeah, okay. Next dish we've got pickled turnip. So obviously we need the vinegar, of course. We need a knife, yep. Sure. And then a turnip, because it's pickled turnips. You know, what else are we going to be pickling? I'll tell you what else we're going to be pickling. We're going to be pickling cucumbers, or making pickles, you know, classic pickles, OG pickles, pickles everyone can get behind. So we're going to get our salt out. We're going to salt our cucumbers to make our pickles. We're going to salt our pickles. Sounds like a weird euphemism, but maybe it is, maybe it isn't, I don't know. Salting pickles. And then there, we've got some pickles. I don't know where the jar came from, it's just kind of appeared. And we've got a few days left. Let's save here. Oh, all of my animals, including my wife and child, at 10 hearts. Lovely. So I don't need to pay as much attention to them now. Always good. And we can carry on with recipes, you know, nothing holding us back now, just bam, let's go for it. So, we got another wonderful dish coming up. We got the pinnacle of Italy. We're going to take our cheese, we're going to take our flour, we're going to take our ketchup, and you know what's coming. It's a pizza pie. Mamma mia. What a spicy pizza pie. Lovely. And then we got another great one. You know, maybe you have this at the movies, because of course you can't take your frying pan with you to the movies, but you know, sneak it in a bag, they won't know. Because we're going to be making some popcorn. Some people like sweet, some people like salted, some people like toffee. Personally, salted man. I like toffee popcorn, don't get me wrong. But if I'm watching a film, if I'm at the cinema, I like to get salted popcorn, you know. See now here's another ace. Oh no, not yet. We've got one more before the another ace. Watch out, it's sneaking up on you. So first, we've got all that stuff. So we get our egg. Running out of eggs, but we should be fine. We got egg, we got milk. Where is that pumpkin? There it is. That sounds like something out of Florida. Man arrested for cooking popcorn. You know what? I bet that probably has happened. Somebody has almost definitely done that before. They have to. Right, so yeah, here we go. Here's another ace in the hole. Another ace in the deck, another, I don't know. We got the bread. The bread is back, you know, king bread. It's back. Just a regular grape, not even jam this time, just grape. And we've got raisin bread. Mental, I know. And now, the recipe I thought I'd save for last in my PB, you know, just save it for last because it was so exciting. We're not going to do that this time because I felt like doing a good run. We've got relaxation tea. Wonderful. Now back to the frying pan, just for a quick meal, just for a quick fry up. Another omelette. This omelette, though, this is going to contain a couple more things. It's going to be a rice omelette. So 14 left. Yeah, this is a good place to stop for today. Let's not push it, yeah? We've only got, as I said, only 14 recipes left. Not too many, not too many. Okay, storm. Cooking in a storm, not too much of a problem. Actually, I've forgotten something. But don't worry, that's not a big forgotten something, just forgotten something I need to get out before this next recipe. Because this is a killer recipe. In that, you know, if you try this at home, it's probably very dangerous. Because, yeah, let it be clear, I don't endorse putting rocks into ovens. This game may tell you it's okay. I don't think so. There may be like some hidden consequences from doing that, you know. So don't let me tell you it's a good thing to do. It's not. I'm telling you now, don't do it. Whoa. But that's how you make roasted potatoes. If you didn't know, you know. Obviously, you get some sweet potatoes, of course, and then just whack a big old stone in the oven. Just a knife here. We're just gonna make a classic salad. But what do I need for my salad? I need a cucumber, of course. I need a cabbage, duh, and a tomato and a carrot. That's what you need. It's the classic salad lineup, really. Which that sounds like a joke, but to be fair, most of that is. I'm not really sure about carrots in a salad, but I'm not a salad man, so I don't know if that's what you find. Oh, and I suppose this is almost the king of the aces, you know? If aces could have a king, this would be their king. This would be the king ace, the ace, whatever your favourite ace is in the deck. This is it. Because we're going back to bread for one final time, one last. You can put anything in the salad. I wasn't aware of that. But yeah, we're going back to it now. Maybe you could put anything in the salad in this thing, because we've got a sandwich coming up. And if it's not a cucumber and tomato sandwich, it's not a sandwich, you know? This is like the rare bread meal where we have to use something. You can't just all whack it together. You can't just go fucking loaf, done. You have to put some effort, slice your loaves, come on. We've got the technology, we've evolved. We've made sashimi before, done that. We've made scrambled eggs, we've done that. It's time for some stew. Shout out to all the stews. So we need flour, we need milk. Chicken sandwich in a bowl as a salad. That's not weird. I mean, that's where, you know, chicken probably makes it better. I'd enjoy it more with chicken, but I don't know. I'm not sure where the line is drawn on salad, you know. That's the real argument. Forget pineapple on pizza. Meats in salads, you know. We're just gonna allow that? Salad is like, you know, home of the vegetables. It's vegetable gang, you know. Is this right? Yeah, should be. And we're all of a sudden putting meat in it? Crazy. Alright, let's make a couple more. Let's make one more. Let's make one more variation, yeah? Let's make a variation of this apple jam. But let's forget the apples. Of course, you know, forget the apples. Forget them. Because we're using strawberries now. Ham in salad is super common also. Yeah, as I said, I'm not a connoisseur on salad. You know, absolute pleb when it comes to salad. Also, hey, Meow Mix Max, how are you doing today? You're just in time for the end of the recipes and almost the end of the run. We've got a strawberry left. We've got some strawberries left. What are we gonna do with them? Well, we've got some milk left. We're gonna make strawberry milk. Of course, we have to. We got to. It's a classic dish. Classic dish. Classic drink. Yum yum. Bon appetit. Now let's save here, so we can do the finale of recipes tomorrow. And boy oh boy, if we go out on a bang, you know, we end with some exciting recipes. Right, I'm just gonna go visit my horse just so he definitely stays on 10 hearts. Oh, actually, Jesus, I haven't checked. Okay, good. I just didn't check at all if my, what's it called? If my hothouse stayed up. Luckily it did. That would have been, that'd been really bad. Right, recipes, finishing them. Yes, of course. So we got another classic dish, another very simple one. So, I suppose we've already kind of done the chopping part of this, you know, sushi, you think, yeah, knife, but we've already cut the fish. Now, I suppose this is more like the rolling part of it, because we're getting the sashimi, which is just, you know, chopped it. And we're getting the rice to roll it in, of course. Making sushi. We got stuff. I believe so, I think it is just the final, like, however many recipes are left, and animal dupes, and then we should be done. Yes, the hothouse could be destroyed in storms. It's completely random if it does. Okay, so. Yeah, I did use sugar. Okay, final bit of butter. Potentially the last, not the last egg of all time, but, you know, one of the last eggs. Yep, so we're using sweet potato, last sweet potato. And then, bam, sweet potato. Nothing's changed. But that's a lie, it has changed. It's now sweet potato, brackets, dish. I believe I've already made tempura. Pretty sure anyway. So I'm gonna skip right ahead to make tempura noodles. It is tempura noodles. So we're gonna get our noodles. Ah, there it is. Thought I didn't make tempura for a second. That would have been silly. That would have been embarrassing because I think, I'll probably, I don't know. I don't know whether I would have run out of something to make tempura with. Hopefully I used the right thing. I'm worried I didn't select pot. I did. Good. Oh, and now a lovely, you know, lovely simple one. Want a, you know, a very specific kind of juice here. Not a knife. We need the mixer. We're not going hardcore. We're making tomato juice. Right, only a couple recipes left. Right, another easy, simple one here. Of course, we get our rice ball. There's the truffle. There it is. And we're gonna make truffle rice. So some of these, they're just like getting two items and going, yep, put them together, bang. You know, truffle, rice ball, truffle rice, rice truffle, truffle ball. Which sounds like a, you know, very posh sport, truffle ball. I don't know what you do in truffle ball, but it sounds something like, you know, the upper class snobs would play, doesn't it? Right, so we've made vegetable juice, we've done that. It's time for a vegetable latte. So wherever our vegetable... Ah, hang on, I've run out of milk. What? Why have I run out of milk? That's not okay. Right, vegetable latte is being saved for last now, because I needed milk. So let's get our frying pan, let's get our knife, and let's take our anger out on some egg, some oil and flour. And I said those in the wrong order, but you know what I mean. And a cabbage. And we're gonna make some vegetable pancakes. Blech. Vegetable pancakes. Disgusting. But now, yeah. One recipe left. Veggie latte. That's fine. I can handle not having that right now. Because I can get that very, very soon. What am I doing for affection? 57. So 58. 68, including power berries. And then 30% from the animals. Yep. We are very almost done. So I have no idea how I'm doing for time because I do not look at my splits at all during recipes. I know I've got a 20-minute time save in the end split. Yeah, that I do know. Thank you. Yeah, I suppose I'll find out what I'm on when I have to split, which will be very, very soon. Maybe even in a few minutes. I have a feeling I'm doing well. Like when I started recipes, I feel like I was on a really good pace this split. I think I'm doing really well. I don't know how well, but I think I was doing really well. I think I was going for a really good time. Don't forget the animals, of course. No, I won't. Don't worry. Final day. Let's get these animals, yeah? Everyone's doing fine. Good. Good, good, good. Right. So yeah, now we just need to send over the animals. So let's go back to my other file. If you've got tired of hearing the winter music, you'll be pleased to know you're going to hear a little bit of spring. Oh, never mind. It's raining. You get to hear none of spring. You get to hear the soothing sounds of rain. I mean, some people like that, you know. Sometimes when you watch those like video game playlists or like, you know, like hour of relaxing video game music, it'll be like hour of relaxing video game music with rain. I'm kind of neutral to them, you know. I like listening to the video game, you know. I like listening to the relaxing music. Yep, that's fine. Rain, not too fussed on, you know. Take it or leave it, you know. Okay, so I've sent all my cows over. Now it's just time to send over my winning chicken, potpourri. Yep, 20 cows. So yeah, so I just need 10 chickens. So you can be doing a little bit of back and forth here to get that. Right, so this should be the last load. Well, not the last load, but you know, the last time I have to load into this specific file, hopefully. Because my main file now should have 10 chickens, 20 cows. Yep, 87. Well, it says 87%, but I actually have 97% because of because in this version of the game, power berries don't increase your counter. The final milk. I don't know at what point I ran out. I like used an extra milk. I don't know when that happened. But anyway, let's make this final dish, yeah? So we're going to take our mixer. We're going to take our milk. We're going to take wherever that vegetable juice that I no longer have is. Because this is hot milk, isn't it? Yeah. Oh, I don't think I actually ever made the second vegetable juice. So that's fine. I've got, where is it? There it is. I've got the cucumber. That's not a problem. Hey, Paulie No Hands, how are you doing? There you go. Final recipe. Definitely. You got the milk. We got the vegetable juice. You put them together and you get a latte. You get the veggie latte. Throw it on the floor because I don't care. I've missed a recipe somewhere. So let's try and find which one I've missed. Yeah, okay. Right, let's go through it all again. Cool. Didn't make the mixed latte, yeah. Oh wait, I'd already made the veggie latte. So there was a different one I had missed. So I didn't need to get that extra milk. What am I missing then? That's the question. It's juice mixed latte, mushroom rice. Noodles I made at the beginning, yeah. No, I made apple jam at the beginning. Right, fries, fruit juice I had made, fruit latte I had made, veggie latte, sure, grape jam, yeah, grilled fish, yeah, happy eggplant, yeah. All the mayonnaises, yeah, miso soup, yeah, mixed juice, mixed latte, yeah. Mushroom rice, yeah, noodles made earlier. Omelette, yeah. 2 variations of pickles, yeah. Pizza, yeah. Popcorn, pumpkin, yeah. No, in order to make fruit latte, you need fruit juice. So I definitely made that. I genuinely have no idea which one I've missed. What ingredient do I have? That's a good... yeah. The problem is I do have some, like, spare. Oh, I think I've missed something with a cucumber. Unless I picked up spare extra cucumbers, I don't know. I'm pretty sure I made grape jam. Yeah, made grape jam. Yeah, I've made raisin bread. I did actually make apple pie, didn't I? Yeah, okay, that's fine. That would have been silly if that was like the first one. Oh my... Genuinely, not making this up, this is the second time I've missed this dish in a run. Boiled fucking egg! The only time I've missed a recipe in this game, both times it's been boiled egg. Right, 88%, I've got all 10 power berries. Let's go. Yeah, I knew I was going to save a lot of time on that split. Just when I started recipes, I knew I was really far ahead. So yeah, so as you can see, I've got about a 20-minute time save here because I don't have to go into year 4. And that time will stop at the credits. So not only will this be a sub 9 run, this will be sub 8. How's that? Oh, wow. Yeah, genuinely really pleased with that roll. Even that egg at the end, like, was so minor. Like, I genuinely got pretty much everything first try. Yeah, so it's definitely going to be sub 8 because this split will only last 2 minutes long, like 2.5 minutes. So it'll be like a 7:41 something. Yeah, like I got pretty much everything first try in this run. Everything like went pretty much as good as it could have. Yeah, both shipping duplications I got first try. Swimming Festival I got first try. Chicken Festival I got first try. Horse Race I technically didn't get first try, but I'd do it twice anyway in a run, and I had to do it twice in this run anyway. So Horse Race worked out fine as well. So of course, for all of you who are interested in the lore of the game, you may remember a girl from our childhood. That girl was of course Potpourri. It always had to be. It was always going to be Potpourri. You know, we knew it all along. That's why we went out. That's the, you know, I always say that. Oh yeah, you know, we go after Potpourri because she's the fastest, because she's easiest. You know, I'm just putting that on for, you know, otherwise the speed police might come and kneecap me or something. I don't know. It's actually because she's, you know, lore friendly. You know, she's the true ending. 7:41:35. Wow. Almost 2 hours. Like, genuinely almost 2 hours ahead. Wow. That's insane. Yeah, really, really happy with this run.